Exertus.
This is Team Rabbit Hole edition 48 with, as always, the ever-present brother Jim. Also tonight, Andreas, Exertus, as well as Victor and Mike. I am most excited to be welcoming you all.
Thanks for having us again. I mean, this is awesome. Really happy to be here and to bring in Mike, Starfort Hunter, 13th Monkey, and Victor, all-around Danish historian and anthropologist of Tartaria, also known as the Black Swan and the Boogeyman. He has his own channel too. So I thought this would be great to get us to have some more time to look at some of the deeper parts of this rabbit hole. So thanks for having us.
I'm all about the cross-pollination. I'm very much unaware of these gentlemen, though I'm in a group chat with y'all, so I've been very busy going from Australia to here in LA now. But I can't wait to hear what each of your brains have to utter forth, because I can tell you're both cogent and have a lot of kind of you guys have been doing a lot of back communication, it seems, through various means, whether it's Discord or other things, YouTube channel stuffs. So thanks for coming on. Anything you guys want to say real quick?
Well, yeah. Thanks for having us, as Andreas said. So we're stoked to bring this information to a wider audience. And
Yeah, that
that's
music
pretty much it.
that music was perfectly selected. I didn't do it. Raphael, I think, chose that one, so it kind of had this ominous but curious tone to it. We're still in Pisces season. Mercury is direct in Aquarius, so let's figure out some kind of deep mysteries, shall we? I think bottom line, the connecting web we can kind of start from is, I think you guys all met through the internet about a topic called Tartary. Just kind of go from there, and we'll see where this all goes.
Well, one of the weirdest things is I've been to all the cities that these people live in. So I met, I think in like subconscious them by seeing them passing on the street sometimes. Like I was in a small town in Aarhus, Denmark, and then a year later on the internet made friends with Victor based on the Tartary thing. I was like, that's very, very coincidental. And like all the places he frequents, I was frequenting as well. I mean, it's a small place. So there's some kind of subliminal.
You even met one of the guys I was close to at my philosophy studies.
I mean, yeah, like
Apparently,
so
yeah.
perimeter proximity is pretty weird. But yeah, similarly, like who hasn't been interested in a subject and reached out to some people. So what we did was we kind of created our own groups. I found Victor
Vibe does
running a
attract
mod.
tribe, right?
Yeah, the tribe is exactly kind of what happened. And now we took some of the best of all of our groups. The moderator of the Facebook group, that's how I first found, I think, to talk to Victor. He's a moderator for a group. And then we created a group where now basically everyone has a different accent and is from a different place. And by the time someone comes to the point of realizing that they need to go somewhere or find out something from a place, then that person who is from there has just been there, understanding that thing, they have the answers. So all of a sudden, the amount of information that we've created in our Tartary Nova historical analytic community is just accelerated to exponential levels. It's crazy how fast we're finding out the truth. We started out just trying to figure out what were lies, and we realized, okay, most of history, most of the news throughout history was already lies, and for political reasons. But the thing is now
filtered always to varying degrees of truth versus falsehood. Yes.
Yeah, and then there's also things that were published in the news that people just said, well, they dismissed them. They said, well, these are lies. Well, I mean, how do you decide? So you have to go through history and figure out which newspapers were probably a little bit more accurate than people wanted to think. I mean, there's always varying opinions, and then it becomes more common in the 20th century to limit those opinions. But in the 18th century, there were tons of newspapers from different places that were communicating this completely different narrative about the Irish Confederates, even if you look at the London Fire of 1666, I think that's a pivotal point in our changing history. And we start looking at things very differently. After Spain has lost the Dutch, and the Dutch have fought with the French and the British, and there's a secret Jesuit war going on, all of the calendars get crisscrossed all over the place. I mean, there's 10-day weeks in France all of a sudden, and people are celebrating their birthdays at different times than they ever have because of the laws, and you have no idea. So then there comes a point where about 1,000 people working with Anatoly Fomenko and the Russian government to try to find synchronistic patterns in historical lines. So you see that these popes are the same popes as other named popes, and there's duplicates in history. And so we're going through history and finding actually things might have been a lot more expanded from a more compressed actual history. Things might have only been 1,000 years instead of 2,000 years ago, for instance, like Christ, whatever that really means. And the idea of the Crusades would have been at the same time. So it changes the narrative and the perspective when we don't think we're the most apex people. We're just another people experiencing another plague, and it's synchronistic. And there's also this I don't know if 13th Monkey, if your mic was working, do you know? Yeah. You're there? Yeah. I wanted to ask you about star forts, because that's a great example of how we kind of busted this open, really.
Well, what did you want to ask? We've got thousands. Literally.
That's basically the thing. I was like, hey, can you find any star forts? And you're like, actually, yeah. So far you found more than anybody. I don't remember exactly where the number is. I don't know if you do. But
well, start maybe pull back a little. Let's dig into Tartary, but maybe some people don't even know what Tartary is. We should probably define it loosely, and then we can loosely define what a star fort is before jumping balls deep into the jargon.
I agree.
But I do want to say, gentlemen, that was getting splish-splashed by a Pisces in Pisces season, so that's how this should be generally. Feel free to say whatever you want, whatever comes to mind, but do kind of like define terms as though you're talking to Teach Me as though I'm 5-person. Raphael had said he's kind of aware of these things. I'm much less so. My awareness is through Andreas's channel, essentially. So
sure, let's done
minimal through that. Yeah.
Let's do a 101. Victor, do you want to explain how you give it a shot?
Well, yeah. In one of my recent radio chats, I got a chance to actually say how we apply the word Tartary, or Tatars. For the mainstream world, a Tatar is a Mongol Turkic ethnic group that occupies Mongolia and Central Asia. And their history from Genghis Khan, as is also known to us, is pretty much a history of wondrous, barbarous hordes living in tents. And what was recently discovered, approximately to, I guess, the Russian internet, I think it was 15 years ago, that there was these maps in Europe that showed something called Great Tartary all over Asia, and sometimes stretching far into Europe, and we're guessing also into America. And this stretch of land called Great Tartary on the old maps has been since called a geographical term simply, and not a nation. But what we find in old European books is that it is to find in old lists of nations, and it is described as the largest nation in the history of the modern world. And this has been completely omitted from the mainstream narrative. So this was the first big hype that created this movement. There's something so large being omitted, and no one has talked about it. We're only finding out now. And this is why this topic got so explosive. So Tartary is actually a vast empire that was lost to history. And this is what we have been trying to find information about in our community, to document both its existence, but also its boundaries. Has been the first.
Isn't it more like it's been wiped from history?
Well, that's what we found out.
Well, no,
we didn't
it
know
hasn't
that
been
at
wiped
first.
from history because there are sources. We have found them. They have always been there. It isn't a Mandela effect, sorry to say. But yeah, so they
Do
have
mute
always
yourself
been
if you're
there.
not talking. But if you're talking, the conch is yours, obviously.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll remember that when it's my turn not to talk.
I think that that what we first thought was that there'd be, you know, some obscure references, and then we started finding that people just hadn't taken seriously the historical narrative and had started to use the sort of manifest destiny philosophy to take over lands and of nations and states. And so there's been a lot of work to obscure records for obvious reasons. You know, people had valuable goods, and so to take them makes sense, and to say that they're stupid or they're uncivilized is the easiest way. But what we're finding is they were very civilized, to the point that we think that they built a lot of the cities around the world, not just in this region of Georgia or China, but even beyond. And that was the starting link to
Which
bastion
cities would you
forts.
say would fall into this category of potential candidates for not what it's purported to be stuffs?
I think Vienna is a good example. Wien is definitely one. I think that Mike, you've got some examples that you could point out. London, parts of the Americas like New Amsterdam, even California, and Galveston, Texas. Places in just we're starting to see in Smithsonian and Yale admittance of being related, the Scythians and the Canadian to the Siberian across this land strait. They're starting to fully admit what was there. And we're seeing that there are cities along the east coast of Russia as well. And that's kind of the thing. A lot of them, the way that you find them is they have these snowflake-shaped fortifications and also road systems. And the only thing that really society is like been able to compare it to are bastion forts. They're usually referred to as bastion forts in Europe because they say, oh, these were built in the Renaissance, or maybe, you know, some of the oldest ones were built in, you know, the latter point of the Dark Ages. That's the European narrative about these snowflake style forts that are very practical because you can shoot, you know, from any direction. You can have a 360-degree defense line. But there's also just so many of these bastion forts that are built thousands of years earlier and that are in really strange places, from Russia and China to Hawaii. So it makes it so it's kind of hard to say that narrative makes any sense anymore. And that was kind of the beginning of, well, let's question it and what can we find? And it was like, okay, they think there are about 100 bastion forts or 500 bastion forts, maybe at the most. Like 100, I think, was pretty much what they were writing on Wikipedia.
If you look up the official Wikipedia page, I think there's about 300 mentioned.
Now,
yeah. And I've got several thousand marked down. And you can safely assume that every city, at least in Europe, with a history going back before the 1800s, was a star city.
So what? Okay, we'll get into what star forts are and maybe the consequences there, and maybe any of these rabbit holes therein that you guys are interested yourselves in kind of going down. That's new turf. But I kind of want to get the idea because I think I was giving, not in preparation for this necessarily totally, but I was like, oh, I'm having my friend on. Let's watch this video. We watched your documentary. That's kind of I think about 2 hours. And it was getting into all this stuff. And one of the more compelling parts to me was the whole like, what are Europeans? They kind of do this, that, the other. Now look over at what are in Americans in terms of ethnic developments. And then you kind of discuss China and how it isn't probably what it seems. Maybe it's coming from Han Dynasty, Korea stuffs, etc. Very fascinating, compelling stuff. So it seems like there's a lot of plausibility here. So I just want to say for the record that anybody who has never heard of this stuff, just open up your mind to the point. I mean, this isn't so bizarre like, oh, aliens built the pyramids kind of craziness, which may or may not be true. I will caveat. I don't know. But the point is, this is much, much more grounded where it's like during a time in history when the information age was a little different and things like missing generations of children or people. Just weird shit has happened for a long time, and people have been traumatized and reconditioned to think certain values and societal kind of standards are normal. But it's been a shit show for a long time, kind of coming to this level of civility, however it's come about. And I think you guys are kind of on the hunt for understanding more about what's underneath the foundations of the house of our culture, so to speak.
Yeah, that's very much an accurate description of what we're intending to do, what we set out to do, and still doing. We could ask, why is it significant that Mike is able to find several thousand more bastion forts than are admitted? It's significant because simply many of these forts have no official explanation, and it throws the whole narrative into question right there. And the magnitude of how many forts we are talking about is and how Mike is able to quickly demonstrate that magnitude through his map is simply one of the most and quickest mind-shattering blows to the historical narrative ever. And I'm prepared to go on a limb and say that because there are no rebuttals, and they have to just parrot the Starfort narrative. And when we show our evidence that it doesn't really make sense, there are no Starfort experts to save them. It's really neat.
Well, this is an interesting potential. We even through a lot of.
You're roboting a bit on my end. Is it only on my end?
There's a robot voice.
I do be switching up, but the other guys can keep up.
Well, I was going to say, Mike, could you describe a few places in Wien that stick out, or like how you see it structured from the Starfort kind of, snowflake design? Is there points that really look like they're old, or is there something that you could say that would stick out?
In Vienna,
so basically,
Vienna,
I also
Vienna
just
sent
you guys.
Sorry.
No, just wanted to say I sent you guys a message on Facebook if you want to click on that link and check out that particular building as well. If you have anything to say, even just intuitively, I'd be super interested. Because that's the school I went to, which of course officially was a Jesuit school and whatever. Like, I was always wondering about the strange background as well and the building times and so on. But kindly go on. There's many amazing buildings, and I've just recently taken a walk with a friend, like investigating that and looking at all kinds of buildings. And there's even potentially different eras, let's say. So it is always possible that, in my estimation, some may actually have been built when they say they've been built, kind of as a, similar to what had been built before. But then again, you can always easily put just a number on something. And of course, with the more pompous and, let's say, majestic buildings is, of course, always the biggest question. So, yeah, kindly expand on anything you can say about Vienna.
Well, Vienna was a very large star city once, one of the largest in Austria, as far as I recall, seeing on the old maps. And that basically, we don't know what that means yet. So just to talk quickly about Vienna and the building you're mentioning, it definitely looks like it has mudflood potential. Just quickly looking at it, the foundation looks suspicious. It looks how they make like a plaster work on top of red brick buildings and make it look like as if it is a modern cement foundation with a little basement, because they make those today and they look exactly like those when they do their little plaster work. So I would perhaps, if you could go to that foundation level and see if there are any cracks anywhere in that foundation level, and see if you can see red brick behind it, because that would be significant and indicate mudflood, because it has a few windows very close to the ground, which is highly suspicious, and it is an old world building, judging from the sides of the building with that Gothic style. And
the red small brick also, it's a small brick style, but with large inserts on the inside, because it has like the buttresses on the inside are large stone. The outside's all brick.
Right. And it has the patterned roofs that we see a lot in the Tyrol area, I would say, around Germany and France and just Central Europe, I guess. And those roofs are significant in some way. But that's the technology part.
What you find also is that there's buildings just like this in China and in Taiwan, Formosa, which was Dutch and Spanish Formosa. One of the things, I looked at the map that I was sent just recently from Mike, and it's the 13th Monkey. And it's interesting because around the kind of circular river around the center of the star fort, it's clearly all star fort at angles. If you get the old map, and we'll send you a copy of it and put a link to it, and you can check it out on the Discord. But it's a sphere and it's a circle. The ring around Vienna is a total circle. It's not trying to be a square place, and that's a big part of like the new squaring of places is very different than the snowflake design, because it holds it together. If water or if there's some sort of flood or any pressure goes up against this, then it strengthens its own design, keeps it from falling apart. And the walls just get wider and wider as the city is supposed to get bigger. But there's like an integration.
Well, the first thing that came to mind was, and I like your architecturally kind of materially reductionistic explanation there, because I wasn't going there mentally. I was like, oh, squaring the circle kind of alchemy stuffs. Maybe there was a yuga where people did intuitive kind of design that way, and then they've fallen into a different kind of design. I don't know what any of you all ontological presuppositions are in terms of like reality and stuff. So I don't.
Oh,
when you're coming
creator.
to this stuff, huh?
Creator.
You're into a theism, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Creation.
That's what's
Creationist here.
Yeah,
but like Omega Point style, more than it's like personification, it's the difference between the creation and the creator. So it's not it's just that there's like DNA has evidence, when before life even begins, it comes with DNA. So it already has kind of become a system of hyper intelligent
I'm a theist.
correction.
You don't have to convince me. Yeah.
Well, I just think that sometimes people hear the word and they
reaction
think
that
Baptist.
it was okay. Otherwise, I would have detected a little sigh or something, I guess.
Oh no, I think. Yeah. Well, let's just say this. I think all of us are designed fearfully and wonderfully. I'm into astrology. I think very much that there's a lot of levels to it, right? Of all things, it's not one thing or the other. But basically, it seems like we're in some level of movie of consciousness, and it seems there's a lot of story levels to it, karma, weird shit. All religions are true at some level. I don't mean that in a kind of postmodern pantheistic way, but it seems like we're coming into this apocalypse, i.e. awakening of a lot of mechanics of reality, and maybe some of the, whether it's Epstein stuff or whatever, some of the more nefarious kind of underworkings of the systems at hand, and they're kind of overlapping, or being overturned rather, or at least brought to light. And then on top of that vibe is this stuff where it's like we're kind of questioning the narratives handed to us culturally, because it does seem that there's a lot of periods where there's room for manipulation, and consequences therein would be kind of what we would be experiencing now, because it seems you're almost trying to reverse engineer history in a way, but using kind of not just hearsay but like decent evidence. I always felt the well, it's tricky. It's hard to explain. Raphael, tell me a little about, or you could expound upon what your thoughts are on all this, and then take it in whatever direction you guys want to go.
Well, just to briefly reconnect with the building I was talking about, so I had been asking about the Akademisches Gymnasium Wien, which is the school I went to. As I mentioned, officially it was before the school itself, so not the building, but the school was a Jesuit, supposedly one of the first Jesuit schools or first higher secondary education schools in Vienna, founded around 1500 something, official timeline. And this building officially was built from, I believe, 1860 to 1863. As far as I could find, of course, there's no construction photos or whatever. And also, what may be interesting in some relationship is that Bashar, my favorite channel guy, also talks about Atlantis, of course, and the idea of the columns, and in particular the so-called Temple of Knossos, which has red pillars. And at least the last time I was inside that building, like a few months ago for like an event, now on the pictures it shows like it's more light, but from what I remember now is that actually they also had red pillars inside. So there's definitely some strange, interconnections with ultimately, God knows what. But all I can say just intuitively is that I always liked the building, of course, super nice, super high ceilings, huge doors. And as a child, I mean, you can see the doors in the pictures. I almost couldn't open the door, which of course opens up the whole other rabbit hole, which is, I think, quite well documented and good enough for an extended slideshow. Is everyone just looking up, giant people around 1900 or whenever the photos were truly taken, and there you have plenty. So this also kind of gives a different perspective on the idea that maybe not so long ago, quite a few individuals were quite a bit taller than they are now.
Yeah, it seems like pretty clearly that people were eating healthier, and then there's a kind of a reset where people are all of a sudden unable to get the same kinds of diversity of diet. And the flamenco period matches this also. It's kind of like the Terence McKenna wave, but you can actually see like the links between the Byzantine Empire and England, and start folding these like into three different timelines that the Jesuits have put the same story three times on top of themselves in order to make it harder to figure out what happened before this supposed Napoleon Bonaparte War of 1812, which is a really weird war, right? Because he goes to Moscow, and not St. Petersburg. So it'd be like if you invaded the United States, but you made a deal in Los Angeles or Chicago, like instead of Washington, D.C. It's a really weird war. And he burns down Los Angeles, and everyone's like, okay, that's the end of the war. Like, no, it's not how that works, especially because at the same time, England's making trade deals with St. Petersburg. And so that really kind of makes it look like what there is there's a simultaneous different society that the Jacobins have been hiding. I mean, that's the same moment that everyone says that out of the Byzantine, in the 500s, there's a plague, right? And then in the 1500s, there's a simultaneous outbreak. Well, 300 to 500 and 1300 to 1500 are simultaneous, almost 1,000 years to the months and days stories. And not just that, things like Garcia III and Adolphus Frederick, to Sancho IV and Gustavus III, little things like the same lifespans of these figures, and about 9 or 10 popes in a row, the same exact lifespans. So it could just be, Terence McKenna wave, but it's more likely, we thought.
When you say Terence McKenna wave, you're talking about the novelty wave and time wave zero.
Time wave zero. Like, it could just be that these are synchronicities, right? That's all I mean.
Just synchronicities.
Just synchronicities. Justice. But at the same time, it might not be. And it looks to me like it might be more. And then so we started digging into like, actually, get this. Some people lied. And so, there's a bunch of examples of history being folded on top of itself. And now things like, you've heard of chauvinists, right? Like chauvinism. There's a guy who in school I was taught was like Napoleon's favorite general, right? Along with Rochambeau. Now both of these guys don't exist in real life. They're amalgamations or some sort of, like apocryphal characters. But apparently, they only decided that in the last 10 years. So we're getting to this point where we're looking at Napoleon Bonaparte burning down Russia. And it's just in 1812 is also when a bunch of other places burned down too. I mean, actually, 1812, you've got the War of 1812 in the United States, and like you've also got Venezuela burns down. There's earthquakes, and the Mississippi River.
When was
goes backward.
Krakatoa?
Well, Krakatoa is supposed to be in 1872, but there's also multiple Krakatoas. So there's another Krakatoa that probably happened in 1812. They also said it happened in 500 AD and 1500 AD. And so it starts to look like what you have is something went really wrong at Krakatoa. And that's the next thing, right? So trying to lead people into this with the words Tsar and Star and Caesar and Tar, and starting to see this link. And then we're seeing in Asia, so you talked about, okay, so we're talking about China, and you said, oh, maybe the Han. Well, at that point, not necessarily, because now it's true that there's like a billion Han Chinese people, but originally there were not. And China was run by the Manchurians, and the Manchurians were not Han. Let's put it that way. They were a different kind of people. And now the Uyghur, who seem to be probably the most closely related to what we think of as Manchurians, and they're like Turkish, they're being, killed off as quickly as possible. They're more likely to be the kind of Tartarian of Catau that Marco Polo, if he went, would have met. And there's a lot less. No one really mentions the wall in Marco Polo, and it could be for a number of reasons. It could be because he got there before the wall was there. Could be that he never saw it at all, or that it was just not that big of a deal because everywhere you go.
And by wall, you mean the Great Wall of China? Yeah.
Well, I mean the Great Wall of China. There's a Great Wall in Austria. I mean, there's a Great Wall in South Austria that's buried. There's another one in Slovakia. There's another wall
there
in
was
Spain.
Even another wall in China. Another Great Wall to the south that separated the Hmong from the proper Chinese. So this indicates to me that the Hmong Chinese are also related to the old Tartarian Empire somehow, because the Chinese had above all disdain for the Tartarians. They hated them.
This reminds me a little. All these wall talk reminds me a little of this anime called Attack on Titan. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
That's an important one to watch, man. Definitely an important one to watch. There's a lot of history going on in that one, for sure.
Do you guys want to elaborate a little about what you mean, why it's important?
Giants. Do you want to say the walls and giants thing, Mike? Go for it, or anybody.
And the perspective on reality, right?
I wanted to more elaborate on the fact that it's not more the Tartary wall than it is the Chinese wall.
Yeah, on the northern side,
the wall to keep out the Chinese.
The wall to keep out the Chinese and keep the Chinese sort of like in their own country. And if you look at old maps of China, it was a whole lot smaller than it is today.
And also,
so it's like like how you herd animals in a sense. It was like a kind of that situation nationalistically.
It seems like at some point there wasn't so much about different nations, but actually different hominids also. So in China, there are Peking man was discovered by a Jesuit, Teilhard Chardin, a very interesting science-based, evolution-based Jesuit, the guy who should have been on the debate with Bill Nye, I think. But
say his name again.
Teilhard Chardin.
Teilhard Chardin. Yeah. Dude, he was basically talking about McKenna's transcendental object at the end of time.
Well, McKenna definitely read Chardin. I'm pretty sure that they had to. That's the thing. Almost everyone who ever invented the internet or studied the noosphere, they got their ideas from his original dictionary, because he created a new dictionary to re-describe all of these words so that they could not be excommunicable offenses to say the things he was saying, because he was like, well, evolution is worship, and things.
He didn't
want
to pull a Galileo, right?
Yeah, he was kind of the next Galileo. He was the Einstein Galileo, but he's cooler than Einstein. But then there's Lemaire. But whatever. The Jesuits actually have a lot of really interesting scientists that are kind of forgotten names, but they did amazing things. Like Lonergan and Lemaire came up with things that Einstein popularized. Einstein really was a popularist. He popularized other people's ideas. Not to say that's the worst thing to do. Some ideas need to be popularized by someone else. But he was trying to use the gimmick of taking away this idea of saying we're all one thing, like Blavatsky said, and that we're evolving into multiple races. Like the sixth race will be a manifestation of spirit. And Blavatsky's at the same time as Darwin, right? But Darwin gets his ideas from Edmonston. John Edmonston was a Guyanese black taxidermist who was his neighbor, and and Darwin loved him and had such a bro crush. He got his little cottage right next to him, and like, yeah, there's a lot of these things where everyone thinks that the popularist kind of created the theory, but Jesuits, you're not allowed to talk about a lot of things in public. So he found the Peking man, which pretty much would have been proof right then and there of not just evolution, but more that humans don't, because how big it was in the body mass and the likelihood of it being smarter than, like we might not be the smartest humans that have ever existed, right? And we might also not be the tallest, and we might not be like the most long-lived. And there's a number of different kinds of hominids. So what they do to that is they tell you Bigfoot, right? And they make you not think about it. But yeah, at some point there were Neanderthals and there were Denisovan and Homo floresiensis and Australopithecus, and they're all Heidelbergensis. They're all around the same time. And it's
a really good book on this is I think Sapiens, the story of something or other by Yuval Harari, I think, or Yuval Harari.
Sapiens is great. The thing though that it came out right before they proved that Floriensis had intermingled with Denisovan. So I kind of think he needs to do a redo. And because that's a huge thing to just sidestep. I mean, like, that's the whole point.
Well, the information's always coming in at some level. It's toroidal, right? So maybe people are covering things up, but then at the same time, people are uncovering things, and then I don't know. I'll just give them the benefit of the doubt. Like they did.
No, I mean, I love it, but the thing about humanity is that we're more connected than that, and in some ways, we're more divided because we're also coming from different genomic or exomes, or we're assuming the junk DNA is all the same. We shouldn't assume things like that. We should be really sure about things.
Well, this is one of the tricky parts of coming out of a post-World War II democratized kind of reality, a modernist kind of like let's get all on the same page kind of effort of the past 200 or 300 years. But that let's get all on the same page might have been at the exclusion and covering up of other things. So it's like pull up the covers and make sure we're all under the same bed, but like don't talk about the Indian bones that we're burying this on or whatever.
Right. I also don't want to sidestep that, Mike. I know you have, it's like a later time for you. Is there things that you were thinking about in terms of Attack on Titan also? Because that was an interesting line.
Well, it's sort of it's all hidden away, right? In a lot of anime, they put it in such a way that you don't have to make anything of it, but they have giants in walls, so the walls are technically made of giants. These giants petrified themselves into a wall.
And recently...
And we've got a whole lot of evidence that bricks are either made of bone or of blood.
Yeah.
Right. And then Attack on Titan connects with what's the other one? Gosh, the Full Metal Alchemist. And so at the same, they're all in the Full Metal Alchemist. They're building 5 different death camps to build these star cities that then connect. I think
which just has this kind of vibe to it, similar to the Miyazaki film with the Howl's Castle or something, where it's kind of this steampunk Tartarian, dare I say, vibe.
Somebody help me get a copy of How Do You Live? That's the new Miyazaki film that's coming out at the Summer Olympics. Someone's got to get a copy of that. That's gonna.
I think it's hilarious that the Summer Olympics, are they still on for right now? Because this syncs up crazily with Akira. Obviously, in the anime, there's an event that happens, I believe, in 2020 that cancels the Olympics, and all their shit goes down in their parallel reality artistically in the universe of Akira. But anyway, And ironically, I know that we had been talking, Andreas, about doing something in Japan. We're kind of pumping the brakes a little on that at the moment, clearly.
Word,
But yeah, I don't know, but everybody's time schedules, so let's keep the conversation rolling. We can talk about whatever, whatever you guys want, like, occulted information in cartoons, like TNMT or fucking, which we've done before with Andreas, or that
Well,
show, or more specific Tartary stuff, like about technology, about. I think Andreas had an idea of where he wanted to kind of take things.
Yeah, I was trying to legitimize the investigation, so maybe we'll get into that cool stuff later. But first thing, let's try to focus on some of the stuff that we found, in terms of how advanced this society might have been. Because a lot of the time we're thinking that things are, like we were saying, in a reset civilization, that we think instead that we're getting to this new apex and things were so primitive before us. But we found the first thing that I saw that really tripped me out was the pantelegraph machine, which was a pendulum with a pen on it connected to the radio, and then you could send fax machine style pictures back and forth from Siberia to the Alamo. That blew my mind. And we started looking into other kinds of technology, and you'd be surprised how many patents and design. I mean, Victor, you do things on this a lot. Give me an example of some crazy?
Well, I like some of the things that I find in terms of hidden, lost, and old technology is old artwork. But some artwork, as we know, has a historical relation, like an event, and some artist is supposedly drew what took place. And in some of these historical drawings or stamps or artworks, we see anomalies, things that shouldn't be there. I have found very old, ancient steam electricity gathering. I found atmospheric electricity plainly seen in old books. Giants and Starfords, of course, abounds. And also we have a lot of like things we have found we're not quite sure what is, but it definitely looks like some sort of technology, and we're desperate to find out, and the whole community is. And like I have a long list of anomalies compiled from old archives. I've been surfing them for quite a while now, and I have, I guess, over 120,000 pictures like compiled. And some of it is it's crazy and anomalous, and like showing buildings that light up on the spires and acting with the atmosphere. Large churches displaying weird electrical phenomena, and Starforts lighting up as well with some sort of atmospheric technology, steam-powered electricity.
You say atmospheric technology so casually. Could you describe a bit about what you mean by this?
Well, atmospheric could also be pneumatic, but what I mean is atmospheric electricity harvesting the electrostatic potential from the air,
like
which
Tesla
we know. Yeah, like Tesla stuff. And this turns things around in the narrative of Tesla, because Tesla is quoted as saying himself that he sees himself as the original inventor and discoverer of a lot of this technology. And I am pretty sure now that that is a lie, and Tesla is lying here, if he ever wrote that himself. Because there's simply too much of the same technology, such as like a Tesla, what are they called? Those who generate electricity you can see emanating a Tesla coil. We have found very similar structures on old stamps showing the same type of effect with electricity connecting to swords, and they had like fireworks displays where they kind of use this technology. Especially there's a very popular one going around in the community of Nuremberg from the 1650s, where you can see people wielding swords so-called flaming swords, because they have this. It's the one you see in like Game of Thrones and in the seventh season. That guy with the flaming sword. It has that zigzag. Those exist. They're based on real history. Zigzag swords called the Flammenschwert in your language, I'm pretty sure. And
it's dark and full of terrors.
yeah. and basically these stamps are showing these flaming swords, but they're definitely connected to the fire coming from them is zigzag-like, as if electricity. And we even see some displays today mimicking this with Tesla curls. So yeah, and it would have been possible. And what we found since then is that Tesla's ancestry pretty much points to the possibility of him having knowledge from this Tartarian empire. So what I set out to do was, okay, let me find those snippets of information in the archives that show that Tartary had some sort of superior technology. And I have been able to find quite a bit that shows Tartarians were quite advanced. One thing that stood out was the incombustible clothing that they were set to be able to manufacture, and they did so for Tartarian princes, so they could wear fire-protecting clothing back in the 1200s, asbestos clothing basically, made in mines of Tartary. So that was quite astonishing. That was mentioned by Pliny in one of his works. So it's amazing what is really out there, and it is as if it has been overlooked for quite a while. And then I turned to the Freemasonic literature, and they're basically mentioning Tartary in nearly all of their books, and even many of their books are saying that they trace their history and symbolism to Tartary, Great Tartary. And they also say that they trace their full history to what in the ancient world was called Egypt, but only that Egypt of today is not that Egypt. Old world Egypt was America, and it's basically Atlantis. So this is admitted in Freemasonic texts, and you can only you gain the really big picture of that when you get this information about this great empire of Tartary. And yeah, it just blows the historical narrative, and it explains a lot about Freemasonry. So it's really it's gaining traction, and we're learning new stuff about it.
The thing I was actually also thinking about recently was the Codex Sinaiticus. I think it is. It's like it's a manuscript that they found in Sinai in 1889, and it's like basically there's this dude named Simonides. He comes up with this kind of scroll that talks about how the 100 years around Christ in the last 5,000 years have been stacked on top of themselves as well, and it's another example of gematria, of Greek gematria, and it's kind of interesting because it starts to unlock something about the sounds of tar themselves and the uses of the word. One of the ones I liked.
I was going to ask about some etymological kind of stuff because Tartarus and stuff like that. Go ahead with what you're saying though.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a great example. Tartarus, of course, means Hades. It means death, land of death, or something like that. And it's a flame in place, right? So what it is the inversion of Hellenism, where at the time they believed in the Helio city. There's a place in Spain called Lorca, like the
Well,
comedian.
don't you think, Andreas, it's really, really important to point out that Tartary is the Western Latinized conception of something they knew very little about. They knew there was an empire, and that was pretty much that, and they called it Great Tartary, and they sometimes traded with it, it looks like.
That's also
what did
important.
The Tartars refer to? How did the Tartars call their own country? That is the great question, and we have recently been able to answer that. They called their own country Kitai.
Spell that?
So yeah.
Well, you can spell
Khitai.
There's some people saying Q, but it doesn't really matter because obviously like the letters are If you've heard of the Bach saga, there's a geometric value, and so that's really the more important thing, is that there's actually like a value to the sounds itself. But what's interesting about tar and Tsar and Caesar and all of these other things, like Otosan is the Japanese word for father. And so some people have also thought that maybe it's the fatherland. And that's the way that a lot of people would have looked at it, that they were getting their things from this place called the fatherland, or also that they were the fathers or the elders or the leaders, kind of like priests, the priest land.
Like
so
patriarchs.
Yeah, patriarchs.
The land of the rising sun.
And the nobles. Aryan means noble.
Yeah, I wanted to segue into exactly that, land of the rising sun, because this connects to Austria. What I found in a lot of articles is that the Khan of Tartary and the Emperor of Austria in the 1800s were cozying up to one another. So I asked myself, why is that? And then I started thinking about your country. And basically the name of Austria in German is Österreich, or even in the Danish language, Östrig.
Boom.
We get the Eastern Kingdom. And then you have your national flower, the sunflower, which was abundant in Tartary and actually originates there. And the sunflower is basically the symbol for the same thing, land of the rising sun. And where was Hitler occupied with traveling to explore occult ideas? It was basically primarily the Ural Mountains and the Caucasus area, and also further east, Tibet. He was very interested in. Yeah. So basically all this points to the Aryan origins, and Austria as a country, as a nation, and a history of people, pretty much, I would say, venerates the homeland through certain ways, even the name of the country and the national flower, and probably a lot more if you take a deep dive.
That flower being Edelweiss.
Briefly to comment on this, exactly, it's Edelweiss, which actually is a mountain flower belonging to the daisy or sunflower family. I didn't even know that, so thanks so much for that. And of course, it's Eastern Kingdom, but also, as far as I would relate it, Ishtar as well, potentially. Ostaria and Ishtar, right?
Yeah,
which also is some old
there.
symbolism, definitely. Go
The
ahead.
Ishtar goddess. So that's the other thing. If you've seen Victor Pelevin gets into it in Generation Pi, talking about sort of the Soviet ISIS worshippers at the time, which were connected with the CIA, and similarly, I think Magog or George W.H. Bush or whatever, Magog, referred to as the Ishtar. So at the same time, in 1968, the CIA starts saying that they're going to tell the Russians, the Russian people, a revisionist history, that the Tartarians or the Tartars, and so therefore they should unite and destroy the Soviet Union. That's the supposed mission that's been declassified, talking about Tartaria back in the 60s. And then also there's the Yale Tartar manuscripts, the Tartar Codex, which was, I think, 1958, Yale purchased for like $2 million. I finally saw, and, because I was living in Connecticut, it's like 15 minutes away. So I was like, oh, I should just do that. So it's pretty cool because they actually have about a 30-page long scroll of butcher paper that has been hand painted with all sorts of minerals. And at the time, people weren't even sure if it was real. And now, because of being able to check for minerals and things, are starting to admit that all of these papers are completely real. And there's a lot of people on the internet, particularly in Russia, that have been pushing this narrative all of a sudden, because it makes it look like there's a kind of like there's the Nazis, like the Russians now are the supreme thing. And it's not the accurate way to look at it, because it has nothing to do actually with race, ironically, because at the time you have Moors, you have Rus, which are these kind of the Scandies, Scandinavians, and then you've got Slavs, and the Poles and the Slavs are there are Slavs that are Poles, but they're not all And then there's also multiple cities. Like you look at Lviv in Ukraine, it's still a Polish city, but it's run by Rus people. So you have to look at it more like there's a confederation, like the Livonian, the Litougian confederations, where it was more like micro kingdoms and feudal states. And each one of these cities was a bit more autonomous at that time than during the cappuccino economy we're in now, where everyone freaks out at the same time. But at that point, more of these were just able to trade with each other. And there had to be people that stayed in certain cities, and there had to be people that traveled almost exclusively all the time.
So that sociological differentiation that you're kind of describing, do you think that was foisted upon people or evolved or because of a cataclysm, or how does that work?
I think it evolved because if you, in the sense that if you allow things to evolve, the mycelial network really is the more logical conclusion, the more reasonable thing to see happen. And if you were to force things to happen, it's not, right? Like if you have to have a brain in one place, it's not going to happen that way. But if the brain is the boat's network in the sea, which is, you see the biggest thing from the end of this Napoleonic period, because Napoleon's just ridiculous. Like you have to imagine after this, all of a sudden, all of these sea networks are taken over. And they've been already taken over because at some point the Dutch took them from the Spanish, but then the Spanish, they got them from the Portuguese, who got them from the Moorish Sephards, and then they got them from Lemuria. At some point, we have to acknowledge that the real power is the Navy and their ability to get information and goods from one place to another, like almost immediately.
It's the trading empire or the trading confederacy in terms of water, and that's why I guess the Phoenicians have been hailed as the true ancient masters or kings of the world.
Which is so goofy because Phoenician isn't. It means those people we don't completely understand because we've forgotten their actual name.
But again, the little trick is they never refer to themselves as Phoenician. Not that it really matters in this case, but they call themselves Abkanun or Abkanan from Cain, the line of Cain. And the funny thing is
that's fascinating.
How does that not matter?
Yeah, that's like in Genesis when it's like, oh, blah, blah, and this begot that, and this, and then there was giants, they slept with women and fallen angels, and then they begot that, and it's like, pull over here, wait, what the fuck? But that's important if they're from the line of Cain, because that, I don't know, that seems important.
Yeah, well, let me expand on the line of Cain and the Phoenicians, because in our community there is a divide. People are saying Phoenicians versus Tatars, and there is a little bit of truth to that if you go through old history. And some sources, they actually say that it was so. But on other accounts, Tatars and Phoenicians share the same common descriptions. They're both called Hyperboreans. They're both called autochtons. They're both called anthropophagi. And they're both referred to as industrious. And they're both referred to as traders and merchants. Just look at Genoa, which is hailed as a very Venetian trading evil city in the banking world. But Genoa was basically built by Tatars, and they were the original merchants there. And but not to segue, because what is important here is that when it comes to Cain, both Tatars and Phoenicians trace their lineage to Cain. And we may be invited to think about the Abel and Cain story in another way. What I find interesting in this relation is that Cain is said to be industrious and the inventor of the arts. And in terms of a technological empire, this goes hand in hand with Tartary and Phoenicia. So I think that is important for our sake of the discussion. That Cain signifies technological development, whereas Abel signifies sloth, at least in the allegory.
Or at least like agrarian versus kind of industriousness rising up and kind of doing domestication methods, et cetera, in that story. Because there's a lot of levels to it possibly. But that is fascinating to think about in terms of just, it's funny because there's a video game, I don't know if you guys play video games, called, I think, Horizon Zero Dawn, I believe it's called.
Totally.
And Yeah. You know what I'm saying. So basically, that's the idea of there being. I mean, I don't have to go way deep into it. I've read about it before on another podcast about some other topic.
But it's a reset thing. Yeah, it's pretty much the Tartarian reset video game.
Even with the confederationism of many cultures, kind of saying different stories and projecting their mythos on objects very differently. So, for example, like, the blue reset light of a computer is suddenly this blue spirit of the goddess or whatever for this one tribe, whereas to somebody else, it's like the AOL startup screen or whatever, right? So, it's like it's tricky stuff. It gets into even just like a good kind of mirror in an MC Escher kind of way
that
to
actually,
look at ourselves.
That also relates to, so because like that game is basically Burning Man, the Postman movie. So it's like there's an apocalyptic reset, and then people are being chased by these robotic cows, and then they start shooting the robotic cows and harvesting their batteries. So it's pretty funny, but like they're all Burning Man looking clothes, and Burning Man is really like the thing that has brought back a lot of this technology. Right now, more than ever, this stuff isn't as confusing. 50 years ago, you could have been arrested for talking about wireless electricity. Seriously, you could have been put in an insane asylum.
So that's what I want to get into. What kind of forces, you guys might have personal ontological opinions that differ. It's okay. I just want to flesh this out a little. What kind of forces are they? General conditions of the zeitgeist that have caused ignorance and conspiracy, or do you think there's dark brotherhoods, i.e. Emerald Tablet stuff, Jedi
I think people
Sith kind
have
of wars?
people have been using this technology at least since the 1800s and telling you that they're not. They're trying to hide it and make it sound dangerous, but really a lot of free energy harvesting is going on. I mean, I used to say that like, you're not going to believe this, but because now you can't do that. Kids are getting Bluetooth energy harvesters for their phones and things. You can get free energy out of UHF signals now. It's done. So the whole idea of this being like a weird or a magical thing is
I'm not talking so much about the nature of the mechanics themselves. I'm saying, what has covered this up? What do you guys like? How nefarious is this versus how much of this is just shit gets
the
lost
Zohar
in time?
says not to make the surprise ruined. You don't want to give so much away of the joke that it's not shocking. And there's supposed to be this veil lifting period. So who's to say? Because I get the feeling a lot of people are trying to do the right thing. Even the road to hell, if you really want to make it slick, you pave it with good intentions. So most people are thinking to themselves that they're doing the right thing. They're wearing white and they're eating organic. And I think that could be a bigger part of this than people realize, is actually good intentions don't always have the same consequences. Good and bad, we need to fold more into order and chaos and see kind of this idea more along the lines of what are the consequences to the actions. But yeah, I do think there were some people that were scared for other people to have this information. There's also witch hunts, people that were being killed for having greenhouses. And so technology was hidden by groups. You have to imagine it's the 1500s and there has been a reset, and all of a sudden you're standing up to your knees in manure and in mud in the dark, and you want to be in a warm place reading a book, you're going to become a Freemason. I mean, it's just all there. That's all you're going to do. And like, you might become a Rosicrucian, you might not, but like, that's going to define the rest of your existence unless you've got access to books. And so there are the few families like the Porters that create their own libraries, but
there is also an astrological way to look at it. I know you mentioned astrology.
I'm into it, but I want to hear go for it.
Yeah, we are basically coming out of the age of Pisces. And as many know, the ruler of Pisces is Jupiter. So Jupiter is, in, I guess, the Western astrology, seen as the great benefic, Saturn the great malefic. And this causes people to think as Jupiter as the good guy and Saturn as the bad guy. What I'm trying to say is that when you really look at Jupiter in Pisces, his vices there basically explains the whole system we're under. It's greed, it's lust, it's deception and perversion. It's basically reading about Zeus in the old myths. A perverted, pretty deceptive, power-hungry guy. And that is basically the energy of this age we've been under, and it's been under Jupiter. So I would say, if you want to identify the controllers, identify the Jupiterians, not the Saturnians. And the funny thing about the Jupiterians of this age is that they pretty much hide themselves behind Saturn. And it is basically a lot of different people. I'm not quite sure if they even have an ethno group you could refer to them as. I would like to think it is very easy to go biblically and say this is the curse of Canaan, and there is a cursed people out there, and it may be the Khazars. That would really make everything fit, and it would fit with why some would have a motive to destroy their old brothers from Tartaria, and it would fit with the Talmud versus the Torah kind of deal, which splits the whole. But that's a segue. I just wanted to say that Jupiter is really the guy to identify, and those who follow him are
It's funny you
the
say
bad
that
guys.
because I had forgotten that Jupiter. I think it's a co-ruler of Pisces. It's Neptune is what I always think of as the major ruler, but I think you're right. Jupiter is a co-ruler of Pisces. So it's funny because there's delusion and deception with the Neptune stuff, but also like you're saying, kind of the Trump vibe where it's like womanizing, power-hungry, egotism stuffs.
Have you heard that Prince song, Donald Trump Black version? That's the best song ever. Yeah, Prince has a great song about how he wants to be the black version in 1990, and it's like it's a pretty really real thing. I don't know. It's definitely the opposite of what the mainstream would say, but it's accurate to a fault.
Well, it's funny because I think of Jay-Z as very Saturnian for some reason, but he's mentioned Donald Trump. A lot of people have culturally referenced him for a while. Now he's our president. I think Kanye's eyeing the presidency next. I'm not even sure.
I think it's going to be indistinguishable now that we have Creepy Joe running, right? Like we've got this pedophile. He's going to like freak everyone out. He's putting his fingers in people's face and cursing at them in the union interactions where people come up to him and say like, I'm going to vote for you, but I want to know something. He's like, you're full of it. But using profanity and
I've heard of this, but I've not been watching the news. That's what's happening right now.
Basically, what's going to happen now is it's like it's going to deafen people's ears to anything Trump has ever said that's not perfectly chivalrous and graceful. So I mean, fine.
Right, it changed the sea change a little more that way. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny to think about a decade ago or whatever. It was like oral sex in the Oval Office was like the big deal. Now it's just like kind of like, oh, he's a womanizer or whatever. Maybe now would be a good time to kick on a track and organize our thoughts, and we can talk about whatever else you guys feel led to.
I would recommend Donald Trump Black version.
I think we should go back to talking a bit more about the star forts and what we think they might have been used for, and their true history. Mike, before I set you off, Andreas, you mentioned this confederacy. One thing we found with star forts is that they are worldwide, and they are reported back in old books as having to do with commerce and communication. So we think star forts identify that exact confederacy. That's why we find a unified style, and that's why they're all over the world, and that's why someone back in history said they have to do with communication and commerce. This was the backbone of the old empire, and that's why they're hiding stuff about them. I think we cracked that one. I'm hoping to prove that in the future more conclusively, but I think it looks promising. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree on that. I mean, just if you look at what I've mapped out, it just goes to show that there's so much more going on than the given narrative. If you take Napoleon, who was mentioned earlier, as sort of the originator of the star forts, he employed Vauban to build a whole bunch of these. But Napoleon never got past Moscow. He found that city burning and then sort of got really cold and left. But the star forts go past Omsk, which is sort of central Siberia, and not just the one, it's many, it's a multitude. India is filled with star forts. Napoleon never got to Great Britain, which is full of star forts. He never got to Ireland, full of star forts. He never got to the States, which are filled with star forts. South America, in the middle of the jungle, you have star forts. Japan is absolutely filled to the brim with a style of fortification that is not necessarily a direct copy of what we do here, but you can see the influences of what they
And
build.
you do also have direct copies that are
Yeah,
unexplainable.
there are 3 or 4 direct copies of a European star fort.
And even
Yeah.
the underwater kind of off-coast thing Graham Hancock was kind of alluding to at some point
There's tons around Bermuda. I went to Bermuda and saw like around the water, in the water, and on the island itself, Port Hamilton and things. But around the water, there are tons of these, snowflake buildings as well, which is another thing about Atlantis. And a lot of people used to go into Atlantis and say that was maybe a thing. Now we're pretty sure that Atlantis was, this place or that place. Well, it's actually likely that that is an example of a historical narrative about one of the many cities that fell apart, like Krakatoa. And Krakatoa was probably one of the most advanced cities on the earth. It seems like most of the greatest civilization might have been around Papua New Guinea. The word zeal in English, it's like to have zeal. It means soul. And Solent, New Zealand, and Solent up in Greenland. That's where there have been probably buried in ice another series of cities, which we have maps of cities, towers with electric towers in Greenland from the 1600s probably. And of course, also Ferengi in Star Trek, which means foreigner in Arabic, actually comes from the word for Frank. So this narrative about Napoleon Bonaparte, which is a very strange, like a guy who lives for 100 years, perhaps instead, who's maybe because there's Napoleon 1, 2, and 3, and going around these places, bringing obelisks and star forts. Well, that's not a really logical thing to do, but claiming them, that's a reasonably smart thing to do, saying that you built something and getting a lot of credit, or creating sort of a mystique about a person who might not even really have existed. And I don't mean that Napoleon was fully not a real person like Shakespeare. He could have been an actor. But we now know, like, for instance, Scott Onstott, who's done the Secrets in Plain Sight series, has talked in detail about how the Hermetics invented the metric system, and that Napoleon didn't really invent it, but again, popularized it, or it was popularized during the Napoleonic period, right? So, and again, Napoleon was eventually exiled to an island so that no one could really find him or know who he was. There's a lot of weird things about that, and there's a bunch of racism too, because the idea of Tarians being specifically white is no longer plausible. It has to be a mixed thing, including Moors and natives in America. So if you start looking at this idea that there were black Native Americans, white Native Americans, I mean, the first story really considered racist in the United States is the Tar Baby. And so that goes to that point before Little Black Sambo, of there being the Bugs Bunny character Brer Rabbit, and then they changed
from
it
Song of the South.
Song of the South. And so when we look into the Song of the South and we look into the Occult mysticism and the trade networks, we find that it wasn't that there was boats that were taken irregularly. These were already trade routes, and that at some point some people were kidnapped. The routes were taken over. The Spanish or the Portuguese took over the Moorish trade routes. And we can see that. I went to Bermuda and I found the rock where it says the Spanish rock, but of course it's a Portuguese rock. And the year they've gone with a special cameras and seen, you can do this now with your own using Photoshop, see what was originally carved into the rock, and the years, there's a J instead of the 1. And so in the year of Jehovah, and Jehovah is also not a real, it's a Germanic version of a kind of a Iowa, like Iowa is actually named for Jehovah. And so when you start looking for Jerusalems, instead of just Atlantis, you see that there's a number of different star cities with Jerusalems, and Budapest, and they're actually like modeled on each other all over the place. That's, I think, one of the things that's interesting to me about Mike's research is you found so many of these similar models. And we've gone to some of these star forts, like I said, and a lot of them have moving parts. That's the thing. Mike, do you know anything about moving parts in star forts?
Sorry, mute button there. Moving parts in star forts.
Yeah, I know exactly what he means.
Yeah, I'm sort of lost a bit.
He's referring to the turning forts and the rotating forts.
Oh,
and also
gotcha.
he may also be referring to the fact that when you look at starfort moats, when you look close to the water line down on the starfort, you will see these small inlets at some of them, and these inlets draw in the water through straight channels, which drive or creates a flow to drive millwork or machinery within the starfort. We have seen examples of that.
Yeah, in that case, Amsterdam is like a good example, which has old maps that show that every bastion point had a big windmill sitting on it.
Yep. So the windmill, we're assuming, had an axis point going straight in the middle down below ground into the bastion, and enabling the wind to spin.
Oh, sorry, I thought you blocked.
We had a slight glitch. Kindly repeat your last sentence. Oh, here we go. This can happen in a live show. Server reconnecting.
Oh.
You may continue.
Okay, so yeah, when I mentioned that Mike brought up the windmill standing on the bastions, and so there's a central axis in the windmill, and so the wind power drives the windmill, which drives the central axis, which goes straight down into the bastion, which will rotate something down there to drive some sort of mechanical process, which could be pretty useful in agriculture. But we're definitely not limiting anything here in terms of what they could have been used for, or in terms of multi-purpose or a variety of function. So yeah, so both water power and wind power is pretty intuitive and is logically consistent with basically most of the old maps that we see. So the only question we have is how many varieties of functions may there really be, and could they also, the single starfort themselves, be multi-purpose and harbor all sorts of functions with different technologies?
Also, there's a big thing with like the Arabic connection to Holland, because tulips mean turbans, and the Arabs in Spain who controlled things were probably not super happy with the Aragon kingdom. So when the Dutch East Indies corporation took over continued on independently from the Spanish Empire, well, that was probably a great time to reconnect, if not continue on with their original alliances. And so the amount of Arabs that would have been involved with math and sciences, that's very clearly seen in Holland and in Austria and in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. That's another big thing, is looking at Bulgaria.
It's one of the only places in Europe where if you go down like the major cities, you will actually see Mongol, Turkic, Arab-looking people on the sides of the buildings, as opposed to every other European country and city where you will see white Aryan Phoenician type mean-looking dudes. But no, in Holland you'll see Orientals and Arabic people on the side of the buildings.
Of course, my family's from Croatia, and so Mostar is a place where it was like South Park 50, 20, 30 years ago, where you had a Jewish kid, an Arabic kid, a Slavic kid, a Rus kid, all a Scandinavian, all hanging out together, and laughing at each other and playing with each other, up until there was this huge like 2, 3, 4 million people murdered in the 90s, and soccer fields have been turned to graves, and now people fight each other, and they've been very much they've become more militarized. But this original idea also of the Arabs are our friends, and if you think about the pre-Muhammad Quran, and people are going to be like, what? No, but yeah, there's this idea that the Arabic Quran existed before the point when the Catholic Church would have given information to Muhammad. And so at that point we have a new kind of Islam, and there's another Islam. There's an older word there. Islam means submission, but it also can be kind of the Indonesian form of Buddhism. And it's actually in the Quran that we can, in the original Arabic Quran, that we can find a lot of things about the mud flood. The Palestinians and the Iranians have mud rituals once a year for Muhammad's grandson, the Khalid-Sama. And
the Quran holds way more information on Solomon than the Bible does.
And there's also question about Saturn and Isis and Jupiter being in terms of Israel being Saturn, and Saturn being a femininity in the pre-Taurus age. So that's the other side, is the flip of the hemispheres also are the flip of the poles. And so this changing direction changes masculinity and femininity. So some of these symbols that used to be considered obviously intuitively feminine were referred to as masculine for a period in order to sort of balance them out. But now we're getting to a point where we have to see them more as a dynamic flow. And Allah, El Ea in Spanish, El is he and Ea is she. And so there's a lot of connection to this idea of the God of the original Sufis and Sars and Tartarians being more of this creating thing. The Ik Onkar is what the Kundalini Sikh tradition refers to it as, the creator creating creation. And it's two lovers. It's a very different image than a lot of people think of when they think of like an old man.
And we are alive again,
wow.
so to speak.
Well,
yes.
Reset.
How far back did that reset happen? I don't even remember how much metric was lost.
You were going on about Saturn. I just wanted to quickly also relay here that it seems like we're going into the age of Aquarius. Whether you see it as a Uranus ruled or Saturn ruled is an interesting topic, but what we can learn from both Eastern and Western astrology is that they have these distinct angles the certain signs are related to. So they say, for instance, Capricorn is related to North America or angled to. What is interesting is the age we're coming into, Aquarius. It is said that Aquarius is angled to Great Tartary and Russia, and it's specifically the knower sign, the I know sign, and it's a very technologically based sign when you view it in that in those terms. So, and the ruler of Aquarius is Saturn, and also possibly back in the day Uranus, but basically it's heaven on earth, the implications of that. And it was during Saturn's golden age last time that you had the Great Tartary with Saturn as the supreme deity. And that's why the 10 lost tribes of Israel were said to be or have wandered off to Great Tartary when they were lost. And that's the Saturn connection. And I find that very important to relate, because right now we're in a Jupiterian age, and Jupiter, or Zeus, was, according to mythology, the guy who slaughtered his father or overtook him, took his throne. So Saturn was sitting there before him, Kronos. And basically we're getting Saturn back in Aquarius, and after the conjunction on winter solstice this year, Saturn is finally going to be on the winning cusp again against the energies of Jupiter. And that is the promise of Aquarius. And that is very interesting. It's both good and bad in many ways for different people, but I find it interesting that we are getting that old time back, possibly, or some.
Well, there's another version of that story where Caesar is Jupiter, is Zeus, and that the mother is Saturn, and Saturn, she has a cesarean to have herself opened to spill out her children. And it's interesting. The version that we're most familiar with is the most militant Roman, quote unquote, version. But we even look at Romans differently now because of Etruscans, Etruscans, and the Thracians, Taratians, and see that there actually are an entire series of femininity-based versions of all of these myths. And a lot of them maintain themselves into Roman society as being the daughters of these gods. They're the warriors, these angels that are women, like the knights of
It's like
Columbus,
Valkyrie.
Columbia. Yeah, Valkyrie. Freya even is pretty hardcore if, you're okay with fish.
I love the cats pulling her chariot.
Don't mess with lions, man. Little cats too. But the idea of Allah, I hope that this doesn't get recut again, because I'm sure that they want this out. They don't want this out.
I'll
But
cut you
Allah.
then before you go on,
Oh my
because
God.
one of our Discord members, he found textual evidence in an occult book relating Allah with a lot of references to Saturn, saying Allah is really Saturn.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah,
exactly.
the black cube of Mecca? Come on now.
But
Yeah.
because Allah is El and Ea, it's he and she. It's really two lovers, Ek Onkar, creating creation, creator creating creation. It's actually a way sexier version of God than anyone's. So that's why they censor it.
We are the coitus of.
Yeah, God is coitus. I mean, it sounds like some Crowley thing to say, but
That
I mean
sounds
that
like
in a
Crowley
really
meets the Big
romantic.
Lebowski.
I meant
It
it
sounds
in a really
like the
romantic
end of
way, I
Sausage
promise.
Party.
I meant
If
it in
you've
a
seen that
romantic
movie.
way. I really did. I didn't mean it to. But yeah, Sausage Party is clearly about a Romanesque orgy, and don't you forget it. Though there's a better movie from Italy called The Orgy from 1968, which is about two teenage boys in the dark. I think it's the Caligula period. Go to one of their orgies that their parents don't know they're out. I mean, so I would prefer that over Sausage
That sounds
Party.
like the Hardy Boys on Quaaludes.
Yeah, well, we weren't we, back then? But but in general, the idea that there's this God that is just a single parent writing books, an old man, is that's why you had to do that, because for a while we looked at it as just Mother Earth, and there was a lot of. You have to understand the old world was matriarchy based. There's a lot of evidence for this. You look at the wigs that Roman and even English today. Judges wear, and the wigs for the judges come from fallen Egyptian female court.
Yeah, both Egyptian and Jewish is matriarchal.
Well, I mean, again, Semitic at that time, Jewish is just a delineation out of this idea. Like, there's the Sumerians at that point. You go as far back as you want. Women have periods, and so those moments make it useful for them to be economically advising and running and regulating the house. There has to be moments for that. Also, women have been victimized, and so it makes sense to make them judges. It's a statistical thing that judges are people that have been victims, and they're trying to figure out a way of protecting the victim. So they create, if you have a rape case, having a woman become a judge, is very common. So this is probably how some of the earliest forms of court were decided. And of course, while the king was out trying to make deals, the females would be regulating the kingdom de facto, even if it was not a great arrangement, because the men were running off and fishing and hunting for fun. Women used to hunt. Women, lionesses hunt. So we've turned it around by creating this patriarchal society. Not to say that it's exclusively true, because remember, there's queens in charges of most places, but there's still this idea of the neck that revolves the head or maneuvers the entire society. So we really haven't left this of an equal society. It's just that things have been shifted, and we're coming to a point again where we have to acknowledge this idea of Saturn being both sides of the spectrum, and so all of these stories, they really relate to that kind of idea of this Muslim period. Spain was completely covered in mosaics and arabesques for the reason that it's not just that it's censorship of coitus, it's also because it illustrates different kinds of fractal patterns that happen during natural the progressions of amino acids. Amino acids will fold into certain ways. DNA will make explosions that explain either a hexadecimal yes or no. And so these systems have to be kind of saved in some way. And somehow Jewish gematria has a lot of great math, and arabesques have a lot of great geometry and trigonometry. And somehow that was very useful, even without the relevance of its meaning. I mean, in other cultures, they saved other parts. Do you think the priests were busy learning all of the math? No. So they have songs. So Sanskrit it has the phonemes, like the Phoenician phonemes. But that idea, even the phoneme, I mean, that's just to record something and have someone be able to play it later. It's just an early recording technology. So all of this just shows that there were different groups that were split apart, and each one of them was a genius in their field, but they weren't cross-pollinating Renaissance men. And that's why society fell apart within a generation or two after losing this technology. And a lot of these towers, they were relying perhaps on volcanoes, or volcanoes were a big part of this. I mean, in some way, they were using energy from submarine volcanoes, and also getting like minerals and gold and things. They were extracting them. And that's probably how they destroyed themselves. I think that's my best hypothesis right now. But there's also the idea of the energy ley lines. And I will say this also for Victor's astrology side of things. It makes more sense when you look at a flat earth map. In fact, basically new astrology is trying to convert to this circumference-based and false curve system that we now know doesn't really make sense. And I won't say that the flat earth is the be-all end-all, but astrology is based on that. So once you start looking at the world a slightly different way, even on that level, but there's crazy consequences. Like now you can see Ibiza from Spain, and Chicago can see Wisconsin. So I mean, like the 60 degree, like the rules are no longer working. Like you used to be able to not see beyond this curve of 60 miles. Now 130 miles later, you're still seeing things. So that might change the way people's perspectives are. And then Antarctica, right? And Arctart. There's a whole other idea that there's a civilization that's still there, that's been functioning, and that's what was found, and that the Japanese probably won the war and have been in contact with the people on the other side, and that there's a wall that, that's the other wall, is the ice wall. Those are the
wow, that
craziest
just got
parts.
so buckshot. I'm trying to like imbibe it all. It's great during Pisces season to have a Pisces on. It's really is magical.
It's holidays.
Yeah, exactly right. It's funny because I don't know if you guys are familiar with Grant Morrison, but he's a kind of a chaos magician, comic book writer. And he had this thing he was talking about, not that he probably posited this, but he was kind of expounding upon the idea of solar kind of flare activity causing magnetic high and lows in culture that reflect kind of like value switches and traditions and energy. So it's like punk rock was happening because of a magnetic high versus like, you see what I'm saying? So I'm wondering how much of that sometimes plays into it all.
It plays a massive part. The script is in the heavens. The stars tell basically what is going to be the trends or the general dispositions of people caused by their magnetic influences. And I'm only quoting all the cultists here, but this is basically what I believe is happening. And I think one way that it is very apparent to note is the full moon. It's common knowledge that the full moon affects a lot of different things. For instance, hospitals will tell tales about their patients being a little harder to handle on full moon nights, let's say. And some weird stuff happens with the synchronization of women with the moon and their menstrual cycles. The men in menstrual is basically going back to the moon, men, moon. So yeah, it's interesting to see these effects, and I do believe some people are knowledgeable enough to make predictions based on the heavenly script, and we can learn as novices the general big themes that we can expect. And if we want to advance, we can delve deeper, of course, but it is going to be a lifetime study. But yeah, so in the script of the heaven, for me, and what I've been gathering says that we're coming into this Aquarian age, and it's going to be Saturnian. And my guess is that because we are on the cusp of that age, Saturn's energies is basically slowly amping up its frequencies. So we're starting to see what has been the Saturnian themes of the past, and that is why Tartary has all of a sudden emanated or appeared as a wild Pokemon.
I was going to ask what you guys thought about that because it's one of those things. In my mind, I was kind of like, is this a Berenstain Bear Mandela effect? Like we slammed into another multiverse where this is evident now, we can discover, or I didn't understand how you guys thought about that.
I find that it was always there, the literature.
Right. I think the thing is, it's almost stacked on top of itself.
But I think really that because Saturn is waking up, he is affecting our minds to see what is Saturnian. To say, put it in the most concise and non-vague way. But I do also believe that it is a gross assumption I'm making. But I find it logically consistent based on a lot of
everybody
premises.
has to have a presupposition at some level, so don't feel too bad.
I would call what you're saying a hypothesis. I think it's fair. My thing also is
colloquial hypothesis.
Yeah,
not doing
no,
science.
I mean you might also not need to say that you fully invest in it. Like the way I feel about some of the things from the Russians have said for a long time in the Jesus Didn't Exist series, which I don't like to throw the baby out with the baptismal water on that one. I think there could be.
Me neither.
I like the idea of there being a character, but I do hear you that the Buddhist story and the story of Siddhartha, as well as the Quran's version, like basically all are similar to another story, and I don't think that means that story is made up so much as that all of them are amalgamations of the original story.
Why
not to be like Joseph Smith.
Like something I always say with the allegory versus literalism of the Holy Scriptures is that why is there even a versus? Why is there even a dichotomy? Why does one exclude the other? It does not.
It's both and.
Yeah,
well, usually
especially with multiverse theories,
the people get along, but the rulers have divided the states, and that's usually how that goes. But you look at like the story of Jesus rising in the water. That's Sirius is on December 24th, brightest star. I mean, it's a serious holiday, seriously. And the amount of people that are worshiping the cross, the Lima cross, which is like in the way that the South Americans do their astrology, they actually look at the dark area between the stars instead. So they see the Sirius and the Pleiades more than we do, because we're looking at the big bright things, and they're looking for the things in between the bright things to see what it's like and the range that there is there. And so there's a lot of our holidays which are mapped by the Mayans, and I think in general most of that stuff though comes from the Arabics, or whatever the pre-Arabics were. Like looking at Sufis, there's a huge Sufi school.
Obviously the pre-Arabic must have been very close to Tartar, right?
Exactly. And that seems like what we've kind of proven if you start looking at the Quran, is that there's tons of more evidence in there than just we've ever really realized before. It shows both stories from Jesus, the Old Testament Jewish times, but also it has a period that we would refer to as, well, I mean, the 700s on, but if the 700s are stacked, like we're looking at, like if it's actually 1700s, it changes a lot of things, because the Jesuits, they were excommunicated, right, from the Catholic Church for a while, almost 100 years, maybe 50, but we don't really know, right, because they were excommunicated and they were kicked out of all of the places where they had run their own Jesuit schools and missions, and all of those things were given to the Franciscans. Granted, they were probably still behind it, and granted, they continued to run on in St. Petersburg under the help of Catherine the Great. But
one place they were never kicked out of is India.
Right, and that's the thing. There's a clear point when it makes perfect sense for the Jesuits to give this Muhammad character the Catholic apocryphal texts and publish them as this religion, and it takes over what already exists, because there's a self-driven system where people are actually believing in their own dharmas. And it's actually, if you look at the original version of Arabic, Islam is a submission that comes out of prostration like Siddhartha. And so this idea that Siddhartha and that this actually is a continuation of Hinduism, that Islam is a continuation of Hinduism, it would freak out a lot of people to hear that. But if you start looking at Pakistan and India and understanding how these were brothers to each other at one point, then it makes a whole lot more sense. And there's a divisive quality to this war that Britain has probably put together in order to control India, because for the most part, they control Pakistan and India, like more of England is Muslim and Pakistani than Hindu. It's been that way for 500 years. There's a point when the Spanish were going to invade, and there was a hurricane, and it destroyed their fleets on the way to England. But by that point, so many Scottish people, so many Scottish lords and British lords in northern England had prepared by converting to Islam and Norse rituals, because at that point, a lot of Scandinavians were also in a sort of Islamic anti-Catholic allegiance. I mean, you see Vikings with wives with Muslim Arabic rings, inscripted on them. And we're starting to realize that anybody with a boat was not very far away from somebody else. So people in Africa, East Africa, Eritrea, Ethiopia, they were in contact with people in Scandinavia, hence the lions on their shields. In Macedonia, the mark of Dan, and dangerous. When you start looking at the Rus and the Germans and the Danes, and you realize what dangerous really means, it's very similar to the way that they treated the Tartars, saying, that the Tartars are also the Berbers, the barbers, the barbarians. Why? Because they don't speak the same language. Well, what does that matter?
So in a weird way, we're finding like kind of artifacts of beef between different tribal gang warfares, and then we don't know how to really interpret it.
It could be that's see, we think of it like that, but really it looks like those guys got along. It's mostly tribes that got along, because they're like, hey, you do you, me do me. It's when someone wants to take it all over.
There were kingly tribes of them. There was, like, for instance, Magog was hailed king of Meshech and Javan and all the rest of the sons of Japheth. So he was the leading tribe. This tribe is what Genghis Khan or Temujin came out of.
When Melchizedek says that he has the right to declare all taxes, when the Romans and the Jesuits say they're the only voice to God on the earth, when people start saying you have to follow one thing and you can't be a member of other clubs, that's when there starts to be strife. And it seems like there is a sort of a group of maybe 13 knights that work to try to take over everything.
Well,
that's what I'm getting down to. I want to know what you all think where it deteriorated, because it's one thing to just be like, this may have existed, but I'm like, why is this hidden? How did it get covered up?
Oh, that's a very good question. There is a Western scholar, actually more than one, in the 1800s, that said that, he stated it quite plainly, that the great nation of Tartary was destroyed in a great catastrophe. So there was a catastrophe. It dispersed the tribes and laid them, wandering around in their own country in a desolate place that had gone from being a terrestrial paradise to a desolate wasteland. And from that point on, they became
for that, you only have to look at the maps, right?
Yes, you can see.
That's where I come in. My topic is mostly visual, so on a radio show I'm sort of lost, because I can.
Cool.
I can tell you 100 things about star forts, but looking at them makes it so much better.
Yeah.
When you say that when you just said like how they built them, what did you mean? Because both of you concurred. You're like, yeah, that's exactly. What did you mean by what you just said?
If you look at the maps, if you look at Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, the Gobi Desert in China, the north of Kazakhstan is basically covered in what could be a gigantic carpet bombing. That whole countryside is covered in circular holes.
Yeah. Ad infinitum, millions.
With the excuse of that being retreating ice from the last ice age, but if you look up the location, it's actually a bit too far south to be able to have been like covered in ice.
Yeah.
And then north of that whole location, there's no holes in the ground.
Indeed. So ice is very dubious to insert as your cause. And also, it has not been reproduced that receding ice creates perfectly circular holes, as if, they were crater impacts. And one thing other people suppose is that it could have been a meteor shower, but something that is noticeable with the lakes is that they're all perfectly round. Normally, a so-called meteor would come in at an angle and create something that is not perfectly circular. That also goes for the things that they actually called meteoric craters that are perfectly as if they came straight down 90 degrees, which is dubious if the Earth spins. And yeah, it's just it's too coincidental. It's mathematically too improbable that all of the meteoric craters are perfectly as if they came down 90 degrees when your Earth is supposedly turning 10,000 miles an hour.
Also, the Axis Mundi. So the Christmas tree is really about the Axis Mundi, and it comes from a Tartarian Sumerian tradition of paradise trees, the Yule tradition,
Yeah.
Tannenbaum.
That's why we cut the trees down at Christmas. This is the mockery of the ancient tradition. We're cutting down the trees and putting them into our homes. What they did
so
back
messed
then
up.
was they went out to the trees and worshipped them there.
And put things from the home on them.
Yeah, and you can clearly see it in the Asa believers of Scandinavia, and also, of course, Wiccans and
And India. No, in India, even they still have Axis Mundi rituals where they go out to a tree. I mean, you can see this a lot of places, but yeah, it's a natural, intuitive thing. When someone gets crashed in a car accident, people hang things around the tree where they passed away. I mean, it's something that people still do because it's intuitive. The energy's there. It's almost druidic.
Yeah, really. And the thing that it turned into, like, that we needed gifts instead of humans giving back to nature during that Christmas time was really an inversion of the old ways. And it's really sad to think about it. And for other reasons, like we've all been going through the years of, let's say, conspiracy theoretism, where we sat at Christmases wanting to tell our peers about like the origins of pagan Christmas and such. But now it's more like I'm thinking, wow, we're really cutting down this tree. We're really inverting what they did, the ancients, and we're really commercializing it and bastardizing it. And it makes me sad. I don't want to cut down the tree. I don't want to worship a cut down tree in my home.
I mean, it's also really depressing to look at things that we believed were real and see that they're actually broke. I mean, Stonehenge, I'd put $1 on that being completely fake. I would put another $1 on the photos of it being assembled, being real.
Inigo Jones, he said that Stonehenge back in the 1600s was a Roman temple.
Yeah.
A temple.
And they knocked it down, and then they put this thing on top of it, which is embarrassing because this is all they really could after what was left from what they really destroyed. And you can see these temples. I mean, these cathedrals, great examples are in Spain because they kind of just abandoned them. A lot of them are just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere, but they're not little tiny bricks, right? The little tiny brick period is the next period, and the period before it are these giant stones that most people could not lift unless they were Denisovan or Peking Man. But now, we have this series of yellow tiny and red tiny bricks. And we were talking earlier about this idea of the Titans and having Titans' bone structure. Well, even Leviathans and giant mushrooms and sea anemones the size of islands, exist right around volcanoes. And so we have moving islands and things like that freak people out, but they actually do. And they take long periods to move. In fact, most of the old world thought of land masses as the backs of giant turtles because they were moving around and things like that, and not moving around because of tectonic plates either. Just would every once in a while try to shake somebody off. So there's this other side of things, which is the crystalline radio structure of the bricks. And these bricks could be used for harmonic resonance, antenna systems, free energy. That's the main question when we look at free energy. Like, could we do it? Could they do it? And it's like, well, we're doing it with those things now. So, I mean, yeah, like clearly. And could we do it better if we come up with a different way? Not really. That's pretty much the best way. Using crystalline bricks is kind of the best way. I mean, you look at how they put together servers, it's still bricks, So even if you have to have an integrated circuit chip that connects to these brick antenna systems, they're perfect. And they're about 13 stories tall every time, almost everywhere. Now, there are taller ones too, the super towers, and the super towers are in the super cities. But why are there super cities built in the 1800s supposedly in a year, right? Remember, these all take about a year to build. It's like 1881 to 1882. All of a sudden, you've got these 60-story towers, 30-story towers, 33, sorry, and you've got, you know, in Indianapolis or in Canada or in Bolivia or whatever, and there's these cathedrals everywhere. And then there's cathedrals we're finding now because they've broken the dams and they're finding the water has flooded over these entire regions of cities. One of them I just saw last year in Spain is another Atlantis, full-on circular city with 23 kilometers. There's like 7 rings. Dante's Inferno also is about Tartarus, and it's about the idea of escaping the falling apart city and what had happened afterwards. And eventually you end up in Aragon, and Aragon was pretty much safe. But the whole society, you have to remember, like Iceland collapsed too. So parts of Middle Europe were all right, but they were under snow. A lot of people died. And the people that survived were a lot more insular. And that there's plagues, there's viruses, there's not just the bubonic plague, but there's malaria, right? And then there's all sorts of things happening simultaneously in Africa and America where people are dying off. So all of these things seem to happen.
When we start analyzing all these dynamics of going on of the Tao that are always howling, it makes me think very much of Ready Player One, but instead of like these fantastic kind of CGI like projections of stories, it's like we're dealing with like, it's almost like Settlers of Catan shit. It's just fucking fascinating.
It reminds me of The Matrix, where you're like, all I see is a blonde brunette and a redhead, you know? Because I'm just seeing green lines a lot of the time now. I look at this and I'm like, this is the same story told again. And it's been told by somebody else, and they changed it slightly because you should. You want to make it your own story. I don't even blame them. But you start looking at it, and there are repetitions, and we've built up this idea of history that's really much more inflated. And some of the consequences of that is we feel far more distant to our history. But, you know, just look at how close it was that our great-grandparents were forced to learn new languages, change their calendars, new script. You know, it's like the Chinese when they come to America, and then people think that they're stupid because they can't read and write in, you know, like, but we don't know 2,000 symbols. That's pretty much what happened to the Belgians. That's pretty much what happened in Budapest to these people that could speak, you know, Turkish, which is an Ugaric language with 26 cases, and Tamil. And, you know, all of a sudden they're forced to learn Swahili language, like English, and move to America. Something like 60 million Belgians were forced into Canada and America and into English-speaking places. So, you know, also the foundling story you brought up earlier, which was this idea of orphanages. Well, they take kids, they take women that don't have the right to their kid for one reason or another. Either they're not married, they can't take care of their kids enough, they're kind of young, or the kid's pretty, who knows? They just take the kids, and then they put 60, 100,000 kids a year into another country. And then they take kids from that country and bring them back to the other country. And you've got you've got exchanges of orphans, and they're not going to the best places. I mean, they're actually ending up working on machines, and these machines, you're like, why didn't you build these machines differently? They're built to be basically run only by midgets or children, you know.
Cue Snowpiercer.
Yeah, exactly. And then you look into Snowpiercer and this idea of, you know, this repetition of Slaughterhouse-Five kind of idea that we're being put into these work scenarios so that we can, what's that movie? Total Recall. So we can forget everything that happened and how these things worked. And again, it's like all of this technology, it was like you could get arrested for talking about free energy, but now people have it. You could be burned at the stake for talking about television in the 1600s, but now people have it. So what's the consequence of hiding this history? At this point, all of this history, I think they're going to want people to be afraid of, for the main reason that is we're more psychic than people want to admit. I think we all know that there's some interesting phenomena that exists in the world. A lot of people want to laugh or smirk at this idea. I think most of us try not to, just because we want to know where the range is for that, because it's pretty useful if it's real. And if it's not, we'll get by because we're pretty well adjusted without magic. But if it's real, which it seems to be, then, and even use this experiment. Close your eyes for a second and imagine a Hollywood, and then imagine the ground around you, and then imagine people that are speaking, walking around behind you, and what are they wearing? You know what I mean? All of a sudden, you turned your mind on and you put it somewhere else. So your mind isn't really in your brain. You have kind of a brain connected to this spine. Imagine it upside down, really. And that's what you are. And it's connected to this psychic network where you have a remote awareness. And there are places that you can imagine even without being there, because your mind, like imagine Saturn or the moon. I mean, even if you don't believe in them, you can create the realm. So there's a lot more power to that than I think they want just in the hands of everybody. And that's why, like, Wilhelm Reich has been so suppressed. They don't want people to know about the electronic degree of sexual energy. But you'll talk to an engineer or a mechanic, and he'll talk about female and male outputs like it's completely reasonable, and talk about electric flow, positive and negative, like it's not chauvinistic. I mean, it's just that we've tried to make it this social justice mission to obscure from our vision and our ears and our experiences the truth behind what is going on, which is that we're all connected, and probably that there's other awarenesses that are interacting with us. I think that's something, people even in the flat earth community try to like hide because they want to say aliens don't exist. But whether you believe in outer space or inner space, aliens exist. It's just demons or not. And extra or inner, interterrestrial was basically your question. I would say likely consciousness stacks upon itself, and that's evidenced by DNA and also by a squid, because we're not the only conscious species, and we're able to exchange information. So what's the point of resets? Well, it seems like at a certain point when you die, you start over. Squid have very short lives. Their life is only alive of 18 months is pretty much average for these things that can grow 2.5 meters. And there's a reason for that. The tabula rasa means that you can let go of your experiences and you can start over again. So there could have been a point where society hit an apex and it wasn't growth based anymore. And it was it was just becoming about sustainability. And all of a sudden they blew it up. It could have been even on purpose. And you look at Japan and the likelihood of, how much did they really need the tsunami to destroy all of their factory buildings? Couldn't they have stopped that? It's very useful now. They're able to, there was the hard drive companies. Now they're flash drive companies. They had technology that was too expensive to replace without insurance. And there was no reason to, because they built it so well in the first place. So they needed to switch things up. There's probably more examples of slash and burn agriculture than anything else. The Native Americans clearly were told to burn fields in order to chase bison, and the Aztec would slash and burn in order to create fertilizer. What's probable is that at some point they decided, like now, that they needed some sort of an ending to their society so they could start it over, and they took the best parts of it and they kept it for themselves. And there's been generations, kind of like in basically every anime series ever is a propaganda about this concept. And I think Gundam is one of the better examples. You have the family, they're kind of the Rothschilds, but they're the Romanovs or something like that. And they've been around in every Gundam, and they're from the Dark Ages, and they come out of the reset in the 21st century on top. And they continue to run society. And so, yeah, there's probably a few families that are running the show, but what they have is technology that they got from someone else. And so they want to obscure it by saying, oh, it's ancient aliens or something else. No, it's yours. It's really your grandparents, and they stole it. You should probably get it back. That's where we're at with Tartaria. And the fact that all of history is a lie, all the more so, because it's like, well, basically everything they ever told you was an excuse to keep it from you. So that's where we're at.
It's a
Raphael. Yeah, I was gonna say, you've been awfully quiet. What's up?
Well, there's a few key points systemically also I would like to flesh out. However, I'd say let's take a short break of 4.5 minutes, and then we can go for another round. All right?
Perfecto.
I might soon have to go.
Well, it's been a pleasure. We'll get you back on here. Thanks for your contribution. And yeah.
Well, yeah, likewise. Pleasure, guys. I'm sure Andreas and Mike can take the rest.
Well, tell us really quick where people can reach you, and any like kind of parting info. Peace out, and we'll all say shalom.
Oh, thank you very much for that opportunity. Yeah, I'll plug my channel. It is called The Boogeyman. The TheBugge Man, MAN. The Boogeyman, and I upload weekly my own radio show, which is called Radio Tartary, which can be found at freedomslips.com under Studio B every Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have my radio show live going on there on Studio B, freedomslips.com, Revolution Radio. So yeah, thank you very much for having me, and Andreas, you are such a knowledgeable guy. You could go on for hours. So I'm sure you'll take the rest here also with Mike. But Mike, you seem a bit tired.
It's the same for me. I've been up since 5 this morning.
Oh, well, then both of you can dip out with grace. It's all good. I'm wondering.
I will say at a time when you guys are more awake, and the 100th caller will get a free date. Go to tartarynova.com's Discord, and you can talk to these guys at pretty much any time that is their times, because we have a radio chat Discord forum with tons of information from all of this stuff, and they're there a lot. And you can find 13th Monkey and Subs Harvester. Those are they're a special class of librarians. They're the top members, so you'll notice them when you get in there.
It's if you want to see anything with the Starforts, do come in, because I can visually show you that stuff. Because what I've been doing during the radio show is filling in Starforts in Austria, and I went from 20 to 40.
Double down.
We'll put, and Double 48. G made a video about that, the Double G Boogeyman. So we'll put together a link for you guys to see some of the most recent 6,000 Starforts or so that Mike has been going through.
Wait,
because it really
Mike, did you say you added 20 just during this radio show?
Yeah. Just browsing over Austria, zooming in on cities, and looking at the patterns that I know to look for. But that's what I said earlier. My topic is really visual, so
I hear that. Well, I'm glad you could at least make the time useful to have doubled the Austrian start.
When you've gotten some sleep after this in the morning, let me know, and we'll record all of those and put them up. I think that's what we do at the Tartary Nova.
That's fair enough.
Andreas, you gonna stay on after this music break, or do you want to call it too?
I'm down. I'm around.
Word. All right, we'll come back with a couple less. But gentlemen, thanks for coming on, and I'll catch you all on the flip side.
Thanks so much for having us.
All right.
Cheers, man.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks.
All right. So then we're gonna do a short break, 4.5 minutes, with Lemon Jelly Soft. Jimmy, you want to say anything about that track?
No, it was just cool, and I thought it would fit. And it's Piscean enough. I think I picked it because it was like kind of weird, and I was like, oh, Andreas, he likes electronic music, and I don't know. There was a lot of like confluence of reasonings, but it's just kind of chill. I thought we'd be like kind of wanting something less dramatic, possibly at this point.
Team Rabbit Hole edition 48 with Last Man Standing, Exodus, and Jim, of course. So what I would like to flesh out just a tiny bit, Andreas, if you wish, is this whole idea of the timeline. And of course, especially if we go farther back, we can only speculate even more wildly in a sense. You may be familiar with a channel called Mind Unveiled that did some, I would say, quite cogent and concise summaries of potential timelines involving basically the idea, which I also find quite appealing, of some kind of a progenitor civilization or ancestors basically, and that they in some way, shape or form split up potentially from whatever may have been Atlantis, and actually had, as I would say, a positive polarization in terms of actually being nation builders. So again, I connect this also with the Magyars, who claim that they are like a race of ruler kings, nation builders, and there's several civilizations that have these kind of claims. And then what's really interesting or curious to me is then what was the point, aside from, of course, obvious, age of the times explanations and potential earth changes, when this whole thing got corrupted? Because a lot of what you guys have been describing have been scenarios where something was already built, but then got hijacked and taken over. So I'm, of course, very curious to understand.
I've been asking earlier.
Right.
And I just want to say one thing really quickly about the song, because this just triggered that, and I was like, oh yeah, because it's a dope little remix, right? Because basically it's got the sample coming in as it's got a beat, drops a sample. If you didn't know the sample for the song, you wouldn't know that, but it's kind of showing this idea of like what comes first, chicken egg, what culture begets what sample begets what, kind of thing, where it's like
the rhythm is always there. I think is it's expanding infinitely. There's already a rhythm, and like when the record stops playing, there's already another record that's been put on somewhere else. And when there hasn't been, people scream, "Oh no, DJ, no, stop!" So usually the revolutions of the records keep going.
Word. So yeah, to echo what Raphael was saying, what are your kind of presuppositions? They don't have to be absolute, but what are kind of some of the models you're working with in terms of like how things fell apart?
I got a couple of things I want to go through. I was thinking about during that song. One is Secretarian gave me some information that I was going to read a little bit about, explaining that, and she's a member of the Discord. But let me start by saying, when you mention historical synchronicities, beyond Terence McKenna, beyond anthropology, beyond the Mayan calendar, the thing that I've found to be really interesting in the last 15 years is the flamenco chronology. Because what he's done, and when I say he, it's more like 1,000 people in Russia, is they put together a bunch of information that links different periods together based on, you look at a map of a timeline and you compare it to another map of a timeline and you find identical periods. So for instance, the Byzantine Empire, you've got this period of Theodosius the Great, and you go Arcadius, and then Theodosius II takes over after Arcadius falls apart. And that's kind of like Cromwell, Kenwealth, and then the Kens and the Esquins and the Kentines, and then Enna take over. And that's in like 14, like the beginning before Sinewolf. So Anastasius and Sinewolf are at the exact same time. And Justin the First goes to Justinian the Great, to Justin the Second, Tiberius, right, of Constantine. Well, the same exact kind of, about literally the same birthdays, but in different years. You've got Beoritic, Egbert, Ethelbert, and then Ethelbald, who are they have the same sort of stories in Britain. And this gets into that kind of idea of like the King Arthur story, Artar, and this idea of Excaliburbers and Excalitartarians. And if there was this out of Egyptian magic group of people. But
Excalitartarian sounds like a really good safe word.
It does, doesn't it? I think Excalitartarian would, yeah, dirty. But Tiberius Constantine was basically, what the Constantinian Empire of Tiberius did was they kind of created the calendar, set up for Constantine's fifth period, and it's all similar to what was happening in England. So there's a lot of synchronicities between periods beyond that, like the Holy Roman Empire, which, is about 400 years, versus the Kingdom of Judah in the Bible, like straight up, 2,000 years earlier, supposedly, You've got Henry the First of Fowler at the same kind of lifespan as Roboham. You got Lothair to Abijah. Otto the First is 936 AD, but also 41 BC, Asa to Josaphat. And these synchronicities, if you see them on a map, it's a lot more fascinating. You put a timeline next to another timeline, and you see the exact same points pull up algorithmically. And so you have to wonder, is it just synchronicity that for 10 generations in a row or more, that these people had exactly the same lifespans as the one before and after? I mean, the 14th ruler has the same lifespan as the other 14th ruler. That's just weird. And it's not just a little bit, it's the whole time. And you find more examples in the Latin American kingdoms. Because I went down to South America and I lived in Bolivia for a while, and I would just get, I had a projector in my backpack, and I would show them Back to the Future in Spanish, and they would translate it into Quechua. But they would also tell me the stories of all of their kingdoms in South America. And you find
way
out
to spread the gospel of Doc.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was 2015. It felt right. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to do it in Hollywood, so figured that was where it belonged. And also,
hashtag
ice,
Great Scott.
You can project on ice at night. It's pretty cool. But the Russian horde empire of the 12th century is the same as basically the 1600th century Habsburg empire. And so when you start seeing the linkage between the Russians and how big Russia is, I mean, I don't know if you know how many Muslims there are in Russia and in China, but there's a lot, and it's more like 50%, but they don't think of it the same way. And even if you look at the original Zen Buddhism is a form of this original Vedic kind of Islam and pre-Muhammad Islam. And a lot of people like to say there's no Jesus, but I'm probably going to be the guy who gets in trouble for saying that there's no Muhammad, or rather there is, but it's bigger than we think it is, because it's more of a revelation about these mapped periods that have been told by Europeans as well as Arabs, and they've been transferred so that you believe that it all happened at different times, but really, like the Aragon kingdom, it's, when you look at Spain, you realize that the North Aragon kingdom took over in 1600, maybe parts of burnt down Moorish Arabic South Spain, the Cordoba Caliphate. The Caliphate expands into Russia. So the first Quran that we really have is the Uthman Quran. And the Uthman Quran comes from what they say is the brother of Muhammad, like James, the brother of Christ. But Uthman Ibn Affan is supposed to have been assassinated, and there was a siege at Uthman. And all of these things, right? But what we now know, is that the oldest Quran that we have from Uthman was found in Moscow, in Russia. I mean, you can check it out. Like it is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, also in New York City, copies of the Folo that can confirm that this happened. Because
so this begets the question further. What do you think happened? Do you think this is like a nefarious coup from certain ethnicities against others? Like, in my mind, it seems like certain confederations have certain angles of approach, and because of that, they've been more or less corrallers of people and herding people and trying to be domineers, kind of like an animal farm or something.
I would say that the familial fervor of this particular coalition is beyond any sort of racial conspiracy. They probably don't give much regard to the others of their own quote unquote race, for the things that they do would get them killed, so I don't think that that's really the case, that it's a racial thing. I think it's more to do with a familial thing, but I also think that you have to look at it more along the lines of, in every circumstance there are a group of people like this that are kind of working together. Robert Anton Wilson referred to this as, the ignited, illuminated conspiracy, that the world is a history of relationships between people trying to take over the world. And there are different people that are aware that there are other people doing it, but to expose themselves would make themselves in trouble with the rest of the world.
It's a very discreet, kind of almost shitty American Gladiator meets King of the Hill with a lot of grease on the pyramid getting up.
Well, being propane is king. That's true. But in general, I think it's more that there also is generational goals. The pyramid scheme seems to be a clear model, that there really is some sort of a pyramid scheme that says if you give us 5 generations or 7 generations of your sons, then you will end up in a better circumstance. And it's, it only takes 200 years to do that.
That's exactly what they do in Animal Farm, right? He gets these dogs and he's like, I'm going to train these myself. And after a few months, he's got his own like military force.
Right. And George Orwell, he was Eric Blair, Tony Blair's relative, the Prime Minister of England in the 90s. And he was born in India, but his family were, of course, British colonels. So he saw the same things that other people were doing a little bit differently because he was a member of that committee. But he didn't want to be like Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley was looking at the world and saying that what was going to happen was that people would lose their interest in manifestation. But what George Orwell was saying was that it would be taken away from them. And it's a very different sphere.
Same outcome, different kind of perspective, maybe.
Yeah, who do you blame? Do you blame yourself or do you blame the world? And
I love how Aldous went out with fucking syringe full of acid.
Right. Yeah, I know. I was actually just thinking I'm going to interview my friend who's the lady, Valerie is the lady who helped do that in California in Santa Cruz. I come from Santa Cruz, and there's the Women and Men's Medical Marijuana Alliance was the first medical marijuana alliance in the United States. Before
I'll talk to that.
And Valerie used to, she was hit. She's a very interesting story. She was hit by a plane in New Mexico, and she had a head injury. She was in a car that was hit by a plane that was landed because she was outside of a private airport. The whole thing was just nuts. But so she got into dealing with a lot of other people who had much serious or more serious issues than her, but she had brain changing, like wake up call. And so she started WHAM to help with people that were medical marijuana before, anybody ever thought that was a thing back in like the late 70s.
Way before it was hip.
But she helped with the wife of Aldous Huxley to administer the injection of, I think it's like 200 or 300 cc's or whatever of water with 300 micrograms or 150 micrograms. I forget how hard he went, but it was not super bad. But yeah, I mean, supposedly, and I've heard this from a few people now, because I heard it once and I wasn't sure, but I looked into it a bit. But it sounds like L. Ron Hubbard did the same thing, which is really interesting because Scientology is so against drugs. But there's been some evidence that he was very interested in cocaine and in PCP and into psychedelics, which is, John C. Lilly also at the same time in the 60s was reverse engineering for the government LSD, and he was also working on PCP with dolphins because they were trying to do echo communication to look into the cyber realms and the multiple dimensional realities. And they were thinking if they can give dolphins, well, if you take DMT, it's really hard to get around and know what's going on, right? But dolphins click and they see this kind of radar system. So they thought if they could map out the DMT realms that dolphins were seeing, that it would be a worthy, the government was money into all kinds of things, of course, but this was a worthy thing, apparently. It took millions of dollars. And so he was hanging out in pools with dolphins on PCP and LSD and DMT injections.
Getting real friendly.
Yeah, so that's also the level I think we have to look at, the altered states level of this story, because some people are saying, is this Mandela effect? And
well, nothing's just anything. I think we should just caveat, nothing's just anything. So it's like
nothing's just yeah. just I like to use the word just opposite. I like to, just means so much more than anything. So to say just means like any Scotsman, like there's so much in that we have to just call that a variable that has to be expanded. But
so for example, like the electromagnetic flipping of the Grant Morrison's shit I was talking about earlier. Like that's an angle of it, but that's not all it is, right? And so is like the kind of hominidal evolution, like we were discussing way earlier. That's a part of it, but that's not all it is. And it's sociological, and it seems to be spiritual and possibly time travel-y in a weird way.
That is okay. So I don't know how much the Europeans have been paying attention to this scenario. So I think I'm going to go into something that's kind of interesting about Trump, is that his uncle, right?
I just want to say really quick, it's 4:08
Tesla.
in LA, and there's 48% on my battery. We're episode 48, so this is just funny to me. Sorry, go ahead.
Synchronicities keep going forever. 48, eh? That's pretty amazing. Did you hear it? 48. Okay, so 77 also, because he was on his 777. He was 77 years, 7 months, 7 days old when he was inaugurated president of the United States. And so 7's his lucky number, plus 48 that you say that. Here's the thing, his uncle is Titor, and in the 90s there was a guy who was trying to there was Coast to Coast Radio. A guy calls on the radio and says he's a time traveler, and that he's come back in time for an IBM computer that was built in the 70s, but you could get the cheapest on this day at a garage sale for $1. So he went to that to get the machine, because lo and behold, it was the only one that could emulate all of the other computers that were built at that time, because the Russians had built their computers based on this same technology, but you couldn't get it in the future. So they ended up getting the technology from this point in time. He said on this radio show. I heard this as a kid on the Coast to Coast radio. I was like, that guy is what? Okay, crazy, but it sounded pretty good. And then after that, 12th Monkey and Terminator came out. Then in 2001, I'm talking to a guy who says he's from the future in a chat room. And he's telling us all these stories about the future, saying he got here, he has no, it's very much like the Terminator movie. Like he couldn't use cars from the future. He had to get stuff that comes here. He's living on the lam, and then in 6 months he's gone. And then after that, September 11th happened. So I was always like, well, that's kind of weird, but I kind of forgot about it for a few years. Then 2012, we find out that all of the Tesla papers have been published. I paid this guy Eric Dollard. I supported his Kickstarter because Eric Dollard was living in the desert in California. He's a homeless engineer, and so he was working on Tesla paperwork, and he'd figured out ways of making electricity fly from parts of California to other parts of California. So I was already supporting that back since 2007, 2012, when the book was finally published. And then we found out that there was a guy involved in the MIT research of Nikola Tesla named John Trump. And John Trump is the uncle of Donald Trump. And so apparently what happened was, when Nikola Tesla was seized of all of his papers using an illegal seizing, because they had this Aliens Act, but he was a citizen. So they took all of his paperwork. The paperwork was then looked through by the government. We've all been told that all of our lives. But the thing that we didn't know was the guy that the government paid to look through that stuff, the teacher at MIT, was a professor of radiology and x-rays and tube computers named John G. Trump, uncle of Donald Trump. So John G. Trump is pretty important to the entire idea of time travel. And if you want, you can actually see videos of Trump's uncle on YouTube. There's hours of him talking about x-rays and vacuum tubes and health radiology. He's a radiologist. So in general, when everyone says Trump doesn't understand the flu, or doesn't understand medicine or technology or anything else, I have to point back and say, you're full of it, because the guy that he learned it from invented most of that stuff, and possibly time travel. And this has been kind of one of the weirdest internet ideas, is that Trump has some idea what's happening and can anticipate what's happening to an extent. For instance, not having a dog, the things he says sound crazy, but then they turn out to be true in some strange way. And he's set up that he's got a wall, and he's got this psychological wall prepared for a period when there's at least states of emergency being declared all over the earth. And so that means military martial law everywhere. But he's the only one who's anticipated that this might happen soon and set up for it. So, everyone, of course, in the media says he's crazy, but anytime you're listening to the media, you should remember that they're crazy. And so it should be the first tip off that if they're saying that this guy is so opposed to their system that he's not a part of it, and so you might want to look into what he's doing. So there's been a lot of CEOs that have been stepping down, and if you look at resignation.info, you can see that about 12,000 CEOs have stepped down.
Or even Tartary and Megan.
Right. You could even look at it like that. There are people that are leaving, and they're setting up for a new power struggle that's changing over. And so this is the beginning of a new reset coming already. And QAnon, obviously when people first said that sounded pretty ridiculous, like a fever dream kind of a theory that the world was about to change and that a bunch of power was going to exchange hands and that pedophilia would be stopped in its tracks. But at the same time, human trafficking executive orders in the United States have re-seized property from anybody involved in it, including Epstein and Arabs that were like the House of Dubai, like that controlled Twitter. That stock's owned by the U.S. government now. So things are changing pretty fast. I do want to go also into this article, though, it's a page from a book from the 1800s on Austria and talking specifically about Salzburg, which I know it's not Vienna, but please, it's still a cool place.
The hills are alive. Tell us about it.
The city of Salt might well as be known as the eighth wonder of the world. In the quiet valley of Vistula in the Carpathian Mountains of Austria, the peasants are for centuries devoted themselves to building a wonderful city far beneath the surface of the earth, hewn entirely from rock salt. This place that we refer to as Salzburg, if you've ever checked it out, you've got these tunnels in it that for thousands of years, humans have toiled and built these long tunnels, and they have these high ceilings, and they have Visigothic chambers that go into Germany. In fact, the government had to make an alliance treaty in the 1600s saying that they would allow them to continue to mine on their soil because it was underneath their soil. So the administration offices that have controlled this thing for a long time had to hide the fact that the salt mines were there already before they took it over. I mean, they'd been going on for 1,000 years. So when you look into what Austria was like 1,000 years ago, I mean, during the Coprolitic period, when people were still before the Bronze Age, this is the weirdest thing. Like, there's a copper period, and bronze is really, relatively easy to work with. If you have vacuums, if you have air, if you have like a bellow, you can heat up metals. But copper takes electrolysis.
Not so much, right?
Yeah, you need electrolysis. So this is a period of electrolysis. And what are they doing in this place of electrolysis? They're mining salt. And salt is something that's used in all sorts of geothermal activities, in computers, in radiology, in nuclear. I mean, think about the salts around Chernobyl. Salts are very important to salt.
And alchemy.
And alchemy. I mean, what really, though, alchemy means al, is just Arabic for law, like Spanish, the. So it's left to right, right to left. And the feminine for chemet. Kemet is before Egyptus, which is the Greek name for Egypt. Kemet, KMT, because who needs vowels? They're expensive. Kemet was the original Africa. We think of it as Semitic, but really was it? And it's more likely that it was a Kemetic society. Kemet means black land. It could mean because of the black soils, but I come on, like let's be honest.
That's a very
Nubians
PC
exist, man.
Flavor.
Nubians exist. Like, come on. And like this idea that black people don't have technology, well, it's pretty phallic. It's like there's a lot of fallacies to it. Basically, look at France, and they have no bathrooms in Versailles. Okay, like you go look at it. There's 70,000 fountains that are built in moors outside, and they don't have a single bathroom inside of the European design. So when you really start to look at Africa and Berbers, and you see how sophisticated their systems were for plumbing and for agronomics and for, algebra was invented, arguably, probably for understanding seasons for the weather in Africa, because the Sahara, like Greenland, is covered in snow. The Sahara is covered in sand, but it used to be the largest lake system in the world. If you look up paleo lakes, the Lake of Chad, and some of
I think that's the one that's
Chad
got
on the internet.
This might have been on like fucking what's it called? Planet Earth. they might have done a little thing on this lake because there's certain types of evolution that have taken place in this lake that are very different than anywhere else because it cut off for so long ago.
Well, imagine that the sand gets wet and mud happens, and you actually collapse. The water gets covered, and there's the water rains down into a reservoir, and so now you have these subterranean lakes, but not more than 1,000 years ago, probably 400 to 600 years ago. The Sahara was covered with lakes that you could traverse from South Africa to Egypt and to Carthage, which is Nigeria now, and Libya, and Mauritania. And Mauritania is where we think one of the most likely places for the particular Tartarian Atlantis city state that Herodotus wrote about would have happened, because there is a giant from space, easy to see ring with 23 kilometers. But there's another one just north of that in Spain that I just saw that, once they drained the lake, the reservoir, they found another. And there's another I saw in South America. And so we started realizing there's tons more. But this particular one, that's probably the one Herodotus talked about. And so when we think about it, like all of these places in Africa that were connected from boat travel through the middle, they've been covered, and there was a language that kind of arose out of that, which is Swahili. So from there we have the Moorish travelers, and the Moors connected with the Berbers, and the Berbers are like the Uyghurs. And again, we talked about the Khitan and the names that the Tartars would have referred to themselves as versus being referred to as the fathering people, or the episcopos, the elders, the oligarchs, the administrators, the epoch people. They would have probably brought technology, and so all of these people that were considering, the blacks, they have no capacity for technology. They're missing basically everything that happened in South Europe was created by Moors, and even North Europe. At a certain point, there were monkeys living from the macaw Berber monkeys were brought up from South Spain and North Africa to Northern Europe and Denmark. And eventually they died out for the most part, but you can even see people with pet monkeys like the Earl of Rochester II in the 1700s, 1670s. So monkeys, from Africa were comfortably living up until there was a super cooling period when all of a sudden the weather changed, and there was the 1709 frost, the year without a summer in 1815. There becomes all of a sudden this epic cold that didn't exist before, so people could live in warmer places, and all of a sudden it was impossible, and they had to move away from those places or wear warmer clothes. And this kind of environmental shift, it looks like, again, like there was a volcano in Iceland, there was a volcano in Italy. When they go off, it changes the sealing of the lands by rock, makes it hard for it to absorb into moisture, heat. And so then the rising precipitation is cold. And so all of a sudden you have a much colder weather because there's nothing growing. And it's different than if you go to a place like the Amazon, where the heat is collected in the water and it stays warm in the night. So it seems more likely that what we're looking at is a post-apocalyptic Europe where the trees have been knocked down by volcanoes, and Africa itself is covered in sand. But at one point it was also a green thermal rainforest, tropical rainforest. And in everything, and even the Amazon now is red because of the sand blown from the Sahara. So something crazy happened. And there's tons of people will point and say that there's been environmental shifts, there's been volcanoes, there's been earthquakes. But what we're wondering, specifically about Africa is how much of Africa was connected to the rest of the world. And it seems like that's where the epicenter is, because the Mayans have African statues and the math is the same. So that's where it looks like this whole culture probably originates, is maybe the Congo or Ethiopia. It was an epic rant, so I figured I'd let you guys say something.
There you have it. Thanks, Andreas, for that outline. Of course, these things are incredibly complex. The one thing I would, or can be, well, complex just in the sense of that, not necessarily complicated, but we're talking about, even if it's not, well, so many thousand years, but still quite some history that we got to cover. Just to bring it back briefly again to the whole time traveling thing. You mentioned, of course, John D. Trump. Thank you for bringing up that particular connection. As far as I understand, there's even a, let's say, apparently US military sanctioned, because it's run by some kind of former general company that's officially put up some Tesla tower type structures and does official research in that direction. And then, of course, we have, I believe it's called The Fantastical Adventures of Baron Trump or something like this. Also very interesting book from, I believe, about 100 years ago. And as you mentioned, John D. Trump, and he may be a time traveler. The first thing that came up, of course, in my mind was John Dee, which, according to Wikipedia, was born in 1527 and was an Anglo-Welsh mathematician, astrologer, and occultist, and an advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. So, who knows who is whom, especially, for example, Manly Palmer Hall claims that, exactly, Manly Palmer Hall claims that Shakespeare, for example, was more likely Francis Bacon than Shakespeare, whatever that may mean again. But just as you have kind of lined out all these switch arounds and reversals and so on, one really has to become accustomed to thinking in these terms in order to be able to even start unraveling the history and truly have an ability not just to see the cracks, but then kind of get to grips with how to turn around the blocks so that it may actually make more sense afterwards.
That was a beautiful point you make also about John Dee. I think that's something that I wondered before. Did his parents do that on purpose? I mean, and as I get older, I'm pretty sure the more I see the connections between John Dee and what his mother wanted, because his mother wanted to be American royalty after seeing the Celtic Empire, that she was a very poor Irish American woman, meaning her family were Irish Confederates that had been come over from Ireland after they'd been nearly genocided. 40% of Ireland was wiped out before the potato famine, even. And this led to, this is in 1630s and 40s, or during Charles I. And they kicked them out, forced them into indentured servitude, which is, when people talk about slavery, why was slavery such a relevant thing? Well, probably because the Irish were literate. They could speak English at some point pretty clearly. And they made it clear that this whole idea of human trafficking was nuts. And it had happened to them because of a whoring King Charles, who was, pretty lame. And you have to remember also, this is the point when Charles loses his head. England loses its king. There's a civil war, and England doesn't have a monarchy for a while. I mean, it's a straight up republic that's run by Cromwell. So everything kind of shifts at that point. And that's all after John Dee. So John Dee's kind of synonymous in my mind with both alchemy, divination, hermetic philosophy, and also royals losing their heads. And also their nephews are important. Charles II is also connected with John Dee, and Charles II ends up in charge and takes over England again and makes a new kingdom. And the question is put forth: is democracy a good idea? And the Earl of Rochester rises to the point, no, because what democracy is a vicious dog-eat-dog system where instead he would rather have an absolute monarch provide liberty. And liberty is a whole other concept, which is self-determination. And self-determination is not available in a Lockean political contract. It's only available in a Hobbesian system where someone with a sword says, you will be allowed these privileges. They're not rights. The only right you have is to die. You can refuse to submit upon your death. So that's kind of the other side of it. And then connecting it to the book, which you were bringing up, which I think you mean The Underground Adventures of Baron von Trump, which, Baron, of course, is the son of Trump and spelled with another R. So right there, you should know that this is a manifestation of a parallel,
highly
not
resonant.
identical. It's highly resonant, of course, but it's not the same story. Trump has probably read it. If he hasn't, I would be completely confused by reality, and that's fine. But Trump has read it because it's a book from New York. It's a book published by the same guy who published Tesla's books and also published Houdini's books. I was living, the last radio show we did, I was in the Palace Theater, which had an explosion, so I've left there for Minneapolis, the first city that had a hydroelectric power plant. But Houdini was also published by the same book and is supposedly the ghost of that old Palace Theater. That whole area of New York, is crazy. I went there and lived there for a while just to see. It's small, and it's very easy to get from one place to another, but it moves very quickly on trains and very slowly on cars, and it's very much like a video game reality. There's some weird mystical control over New York. And the book is very clear about that the best thing to do is take the underground. You can take the underground and you can get anywhere. You can get to the Vatican. You can get to Antarctica. You can connect with the Lemurians and the Hyperboreans and anybody else who have these other land masses that are just outside of the range of the ones that you've heard about, right? And there's also this idea of New York and Oz, because N-O-P in the dictionary and Y-X-Y-Z in the dictionary, the letter after N-Y is O and Z. So in the Wizard of Oz, which is based on, Baum had written this based on Blavatsky, you have this entire other parallel. So taking Baron von Trump in context, that it happened very similar times to when Frank Baum was publishing his books, you can see a Blavatsky connection. And if you start really looking for it, I would say you probably find that Blavatsky had something to do with the writing of the underground Baron Trump book, which the other thing about it is that there's a dog involved in the book. And I think, the dog in the book, that's a big reason why Trump doesn't have a dog in the White House. He spelled his son's name differently, added 2 R's, a double R, and he doesn't have a dog because he wants to make sure that the story is as different as possible up until the point when it has to happen. And so he knows this, and he's playing the game, but he's trying to make sure that things are a little off from the reality that could happen. Because the book series itself, there's 3 books. There's the Little Baron Trump, the Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, and then there's The Last President, right? The Last President.
I was gonna say.
And The Last President, it's about a president whom Baron Trump is pretty much clearly the last president. But it could be Donald Trump in this own order, because the way it happens is the anarchists, in the book it has quotes, the communists and the anarchists occupy the Fifth Avenue and try to knock down or whatever, like they try to destroy the tower, to get in to invade the tower on Fifth Avenue, Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. And again, you remember Trump's tower is from 1970, whatever. Why are they talking about Trump's tower in 1890s? Why do they know about Trump's tower in 1890s?
Because we live in a dream that's a Mobius strip.
Right. So there's something to it.
Ultimately.
There's something to it. There's a Mobius strip happening, and probably more than that, it's a gaseous ball that's inverting itself, and we're sipping and kissing our own realities. And Ingersoll Lockwood, who even knows if he's real? That's the author of the Baron Trump books. But like, that's
what was his name?
Ingersoll Lockwood. Ingersoll Lockwood. You got to look up Ingersoll Lockwood. He looks like another Mark Twain. He's got big hair. He's got a perfect Fu Manchu mixed with a Don Quixote beard and mustache goatee. He could easily be anybody. And the only pictures they have of him are from the side. Come on. Who knows who he really is. But these books were put out, Ingersoll Lockwood's books were put out pretty much like 3 or 4 years. It's like 1889 to 1993. So he wrote them all very quickly, or whomever wrote them. And I'll get back to your point on Shakespeare, because you mentioned that Manly P. Hall exposed the fact that the illiterate actor Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, did not actually write these translated plays from France and Denmark. No, he did not. He took plays from Italy, France, and Denmark, and he put his name on them. But here's the funny part: illiterate, totally couldn't put his own name on those things. They had to teach him how to do that, kind of like how Walt Disney can't draw, could not draw, did not know how to draw Mickey Mouse for the life of him. He had to have other people draw, and he loved cartoons so much. But at the same, there was a, oh my gosh, where were we at? I went too fast. I went to Mickey Mouse. That screwed me up. Where were we at just a second ago?
Barons of Industry.
Oh, William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare was an actor. He was hired by the royal family. There's a movie that kind of goes into this called Anonymous. And if you think you're looking for 4chan, you won't find it, but it's actually starring Rhys Evans from Little Nicky, who plays the son of the devil. He plays Shakespeare's actual writer, in this case, the lover and nephew of the queen. But Sir Francis Bacon probably didn't write everything himself. He picked his own favorite literary works from Denmark, from Italy, from Russia, from Tartaria, and took them.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And they translated them, and then they made them political. And so that was a big thing, is he had to anonymously publish things, because if he were to publish them, he would get in trouble. And this is another example of why, during this period, because Shakespeare is before, this is before the puritanical fall, and then there's the fire that burns down the Globe Theatre. Well, I'm pretty sure that's at the same time as the London fire. So you start, it makes more and more sense. What had happened was there's a political upheaval. There's royal families that are seeding the media. They create propaganda, and then people overthrew the London society, and then they put themselves in charge. And you have all these people that come after Cromwell. And so Cromwell and his son become, the Lord Protector and the Lord Protector in waiting, because, that's totally different than king and prince, but they're basically the same thing. And so there's a point when everything just resets again. And after that, all of the Shakespearean plays and the Bible are published. And you've got the Bible that is St. James Version. It's, pretty clearly written by
King James.
It's written by the same people. King James is the brother of Charles II. So Charles I gets beheaded, and then Lord Protector Cromwell comes in. And then after Cromwell, Charles II, the son of Charles I, he's been living in Holland and smoking pot and having a good time. And don't you forget it, because he has no reason to come back to England. But they ask him to. They're like, dude, this is messed up. We don't want puritanical rule. Please. So they bring in Charles II, and Charles II needs money. That's the other problem. At this point, England's not really England anymore. It's broken. The bank is owned by the parliament, and he has to ask them for everything. It's not worth it, because in Holland, he had 10 whores, and he never, ever had a true son, only bastards. And there are a number of circumstances where England's bastards of Charles II have tried to overtake the throne and have failed. But in most circumstances, you would consider that there was no rightful heir to the throne after Charles II. But Charles II, being friends with Louis XIV, a syphilis-ridden Frenchman who had more whores than shoes, he told them, dude, why are you so hung up on religion, man? Just do it. Become a Catholic. I mean, you can sin as much as you want, and you pay a fine, and it's gone. This is pre-Luther, right? And the Lutherans are coming. So he's thinking, well, this makes way more sense than these crazy Puritans who won't let anyone do anything. So, all right. I mean, but it would get me in trouble. They'd kill me. So I'll tell you what, if the opportunity ever presented itself, I'll become Catholic. So they created the Silent Treaty of Dover, and it's a secret treaty. And when people found out about the secret treaty, people, the parliaments, their heads exploded, and they freaked out. They were like, what? You're going to become a Catholic on your deathbed? But, Meh, he did. But what he did was he dissolved the parliament so that there was no more parliament for a few more years. And then, yeah, he became a Catholic. And then James, his brother, became the king of England because he had no one else to do it. And that's a whole other weird thing. But once James became the king, yeah, Luther's, was dead. So they published the Bible, but their own way, 100 years, 50 years later. And it's not what it's about 100 years later, and it's not the same Bible. But what's ironic is whoever published it noticed that if you were to publish it too changed, you're gonna die. Like this is the thing that's funny about China. I don't know if it's funny, but it's sad and true that the plagues say in the Bible and Revelation, it says if you change these words, you're gonna get the plagues that are in this book on you, like a mummy curse, right? Well, what did China do last year? They were like, we're changing the Bible to make it more communist friendly. And immediately this whole thing happens, and there's pestilence in all the places where the Chinese have been, including Africa. There's now crazy pestilence that are happening, these plagues. So mummy curse, probably real. And in general, this idea that James published the Bible, I would say, what did he publish? Well, he published the Catholic excuse me. He published the Catholic version of Pope Pius's Bible that was Pope Gregory's. And Pope Gregory was a Croatian pope in the 15th century who said, well, we ought to have a book of books. These are my favorite. I don't know about you. And then no one ever corrected him. And that became the Bible. So we have Pope Gregory's personal index, encyclopedia of religious texts, which explains why there's Song of Solomon, which is basically porno in the Bible. There's like a whole sex act.
Well, you gotta have your erotic literature, or else it's not quite a culture, I don't think. I think it's funny because I'm thinking of the numerological kind of resonator of 48. It's like the first half of this was 4 energy, and kind of like talk about something specific, and we've just witnessed very much 8 energy, which is dope. But how Ouroboros and magical. So hold on one second. Let me just see if Raphael's live. Are you, Raphael?
Oh yeah.
Are you having fun? You're awfully quiet. Yeah, okay. Well, I just was like, okay.
Well, if Andreas is going on, there's nothing I can contribute because I'm not familiar enough with the particularities of the relationships,
Yeah, if I had a tour guide at the edge of an event horizon, that's what it just felt like. We're like, holy shit.
That's how it feels inside myself. I'm sorry.
I can't imagine. No, you don't have to ever apologize. I just want to make sure that, just like a narwhal, we have to breach for air here a little.
That's true. Well, I mean, actually, there are a lot of questions I have. I could exhale for a while. Raphael, you were talking to me very briefly at some point about your own historical familial lineage and heritage going back outside of Austria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So I was wondering, what did you find since we've been talking, or what have you been thinking about in terms of that? And who are you? You know what I mean?
Well, if one only knew who oneself is, but one knows and one does not in that sense.
23andMe won't help with this?
Just myself, right? Yeah.
23andMe, good luck, Another potential, like, let's just say particularized interpretation of whatever they may be measuring. And probably, I guess in their list of 23andMe, they're probably not going to have Tartarian on it or whatever else, right? So, I guess the most interesting aspect that I kind of realized in terms of, Hungary and Hungarian lineage or heritage. So there is great papers, one written.
And I just want to say, I'm crashing at a Hungarian's house right now.
Well, there you go. So one or a few written by a guy called Attila Grandpierre. So funnily enough, like Attila and then Big Stone, Grandpierre. So he's writing about the Hungarian history and this whole idea of them, in a sense, or the way he puts it, being like, let's say, Atlantean tribe that was a nation builder tribe. And the interesting aspect to me is just, by switching around the words, because now we say Hungarians, but actually they're the Magyars, and Mag in Hungarian means seed, Magyar. So easily you could say Mag Arya or Magyar, so potentially something related to the idea of a seed Aryan, which then would also make sense in terms of saying it is some kind of a, or was, some kind of a nation or civilization building tribe. And then of course you have the whole, their own script called the Rova Shiraj, which is kind of like a Futark type, looks like rune script. And I mean, they have museums about this, but it's not, and I guess even here, it gets removed about 1,000 years because officially Hungary was Christianized around 1,000 years ago. And even here, it already seems kind of strange, like we still have the evidence for this and all of it in the museums, but was it really so long ago? And I guess Hungary is just a great example of how can you completely ideologically turn a population upside down, let's say 5 times within only 100 years. And if we only take that as an example and put it into context, it is much more easy to imagine how easily a population may be confused. You add in some orphans, some war, and some and depopulation, or maybe some catastrophe, which you can use to your benefit. Yeah. So, and then it's easy enough to see like how we really have no clue about past history, really, unless we start to investigate individually. And maybe the point I'd like to make, which is for me the core of the whole discussion, let's say quote unquote ideologically speaking, or in terms of general alignment, is that even in official history, as far as I understand, they say that the Hungarians were pretty powerful, whoever that then really was at that point, and however confederated or not. And basically, as I understand, couldn't be conquered by war. And then eventually, they got the religion and somehow they got integrated into the whole structure. But also that, at least even from what you get from official books, that their structure may have been in a sense more tribal, but also certainly more federated. The tribal part may also just be propaganda, but it gives the apparency of more like a federated structure or then like a monarchy type structure, and may also hint at the general idea, which is what it's all about. It's always whether it's about, centralization and, giving your power away, or whether it's distribution and self-empowerment. And that, of course, is mainly a spiritual question, just like with the Native Americans, for example. But then also, of course, has very discrete and definitive effects in terms of, how a society is actually functioning. So what's also interesting to me for the whole takeover part is that to me, it seems pretty likely, even though there may be smaller and larger cycles of consciousness and technology rising and falling, that many of these structures and so on we have basically have been hijacked, and that this whole thing is not as long ago as we may think. And just as you had mentioned, that many of these stories may be much closer to us than we have allowed ourselves to believe up to this point.
So actually, Raphael, I have a curious question. Given sometimes you pull out and have a dilated kind of like all is one, it's all good, it's what I prefer kind of Bashar position, how do you feel about the events of history being the way they are potentially?
Well, it kind of stays the same. And to me,
right, I mean, it is what it is, but I just don't know, like, if they explain, like, are you just like, our preferences were weirder back then, or are you thinking that there's some, like, because I mean, at some point, this is obviously where, like, the idea of, like, a Zoroastrian, like, forces work out, but I guess one could pull back enough and just say it's electromagnetic forces and polarities.
Well, again, just as you said, probably both. And I can't really say whether all of these things were necessary, let's say all kind of quote-unquote suffering. Obviously, it was chosen on many levels. And actually, the point I wanted to get at is that it seems like, even in general, like a society that's very negative in a sense, also has a lack of creativity and basically can only take over and hijack and so on. So what's interesting to me and kind of curious is how it could happen that there was a potentially somewhat more quote-unquote positive, self-empowered, self-directed, spiritual and technological, maybe at the same time, civilization, and how then they could fall to the extent that it could be taken over by a group that may be negatively polarized, much less creative and actually much less powerful, but then takes all that it finds, repurposes it, and can kind of continue on controlling. I mean, Andreas, you briefly mentioned it with the idea that there was some kind of huge catastrophe. Probably there was even more than that, but I think that's a quite interesting dynamic in terms of how, let's say, individuals could be led so far astray from this realization you mentioned initially that, creation and creator are one, because that's in the end what it comes down to, this spiritual question.
And moving the capitals is a big part of it, because at one point there were these religious cities, and now you've got these other capitals. Moscow was not the capital, St. Petersburg, right, and then Leningrad and Stalingrad. So even in Obuda and Peshin, which became Budapest, there was a Roman fortress called the Tarquas Aquinum, and it was called that because it was the Contra Aquincum Roman fortress, or with Tarus, with Contarus, so you think about it with the Rus, Etruscan fortress. And this was what Peshin brought. At one point, it wasn't Budapest. And in fact, even after it was Contra Aquincum, it was called Peshin Buda, Peshin of Buda, and then it was called Pest Buda. So for a long time, and then you think about the word pest, like when people use the word pest, kind of like tartar on your teeth, but pests are a nuisance. But the pests were probably,
in German, the bubonic plague is called pest, actually.
Yeah, pestilence, indeed. And Ptolemy settled the Peshin in ancient times. It was a very nice place, but in Slavic, pest means furnace or oven. In Croatian, it's peshe or pech, and it refers, pets, and it refers to a cave used as an oven where a fire is burned. So even then, you have this idea that Peshin was a city that went through hell. And there's also this idea, the sun and Icarus and Daedalus, the story of flying too close to the sun, but Helios, the sun city, and Hellenism, this idea that being in the sun and all the fires is great. It's heaven, and we've turned that into hell. Hell is Tartarus, it's Hades, it's the death. But really, the idea of hell is more like a dark, vacuumous, empty space. It's this idea of space, being alone in space. That's the idea of solitude, isolation. This idea of hell. So we've moved away from the Hellenistic concepts, and even the old Hasidic and Talmudic schools had been more Hellenistic at one point, equating Jupiter with Ishmael, and this idea of Saturn being the INRI. But Budapest, when it connected with Buddha in perhaps the 1600s, but literally not until 1873. So what's the deal with that? Because we have these Roman amphitheaters and all these star forts, and the amphitheaters are, they're radial, they're circular, they have amazing geometrical patterns, and Budapest is one of the most amazing cities that anyone could ever visit, But it has been turned into this story of the crazy bohunks that are not capable, because of periods when societal collapse happened. And what ends up happening is those best pour into Transylvania and into Austria, and Austria becomes the new capital of intellect and of idea. But what then you have a bunch of impoverished people left in the old state, and there's these new places where information is exchanged. And so things fall apart. So, there's all sorts of regions where there's these springs, these, Prussian springs, these Transylvanian springs, Habsburgian springs, Ottoman springs. And those are moments when that information is being shared, because the libraries allowed for that information to be shared. But then everything disappears again into folk memory. So most of these stories are available. You can probably find them in folk tales. They're talking about magical kingdoms that had the capacity to wash their own clothes and had lights at night and were getting energy from the sky. well, I mean, it's not really magic, and in more or less, the national trauma of the folk memory makes it into kind of some sort of a what would you call a legend, but the legend still has the names. For instance, the Hungarian Battle of 1687, but it could have been the Battle of 1526, and it could have been the Battle of 1490, and it could have been the Battle of 420. This is called, in most cases, the Battle of the Mohawks. And, you know, you think of Mohicans and Mohawks in America, but the Mohawks were in Hungary. And there was a battle between Louis II and the Kingdom of Hungary, where the Ottomans were trying to defeat the Black Army of Matthias Corvinus. And when this happened, there's a group of native Hungarians that come out with shaved heads, with hair, in Mohawks. So this is a story that has been considered apocryphal and is a folk tale that has been told since the 1600s. And yet we have the similar kind of story in New York, and a place also where the Dutch traders would have been, because the Hungarians and the Dutch were trading with each other for a long time. So, I mean, that's again, like, when we look at this idea of history repeating itself, yeah, you could just let it be like, okay, I mean, history repeats itself, but there's a benefit to seeing how they're connected, because it's like, well, if they're the same people, if the same stories are happening, if there's connections between Europeans and Americans before this Columbus period, because remember, Columbus's stories are not written by Columbus, they're written by Washington Irving in the 1812, you know, around the same time as this burning of the White House and of Moscow and of Venezuela and Europe. And if that whole story is designed to separate ourselves, then this is the excuse that we have to reconnect and to see how we're all the same people. And also, what does that mean about who isn't part of us? Because I think that's a question that was asked by Jim. He was saying, like, oh, well, who really is this? Is this a group of people? Is it all the Polish? Is it all, you know, is it a Polish conspiracy? Like, I mean, who's doing this? But it's probably
I'm of the McKenna camp that's like, no one can control the tiger, really, but some people try.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. It's probably more of the, and I don't want to be David Icke here, but it's the Palladian kind of Drakenberg thing, where it's like some people connect with this instinct and they get outside of their mammalian brain. I mean, what if you stay outside? If you wait and count to 10, you'll often leave your instinct. I think Thomas Jefferson said, you know, when he felt like dueling, he would count to 10, and if he still felt like dueling, he'd count to 100. And usually by then he didn't feel like dueling anymore. So there is a mammalian brain you can get outside of your instinct. But if you're just stuck in your instinct, which
I feel like that might have been Ben Franklin, but that's okay.
Ben Franklin liked to have, he said stuff. I will give you that. But
he did say stuff. Have you ever seen that Ben and Me cartoon from Disney, where it's just like from the mouse's perspective, and it's like they're writing the Declaration of Independence, which is funny because my grandfather, who's passed, my mother's passed, but my mother's dad was a genealogist, so he knew our family on that side all the way back to like 1200 or some stupid shit back in England. Anyway, he was obsessed with genealogy, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because he was like, someone in our family helped write the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence, which was basically what was echoed for the Declaration of Independence, I guess, historically. Ultimately, it was kind of copied out. And that's what this Ben and Me thing shows a little, where the mouse has come up with this idea and then, I guess, whispered it in the ear of Ben Franklin, and he mumbles it, Thomas Jefferson takes it, and huzzah, we've got the fucking situation. But anyway, it's always funny how resonators work in the dream that is, and how infinite it can be. Very number 8 Lemon's Gate kind of stuff. I don't know how Raphael's feeling because he's in Europe, so it's a little late. I mean, it's already 5 o'clock here in LA. So how are you guys feeling energetically?
I could do something about the mouse demons of ancient Egypt and Mickey Mouse, but other than that, how are you doing, Raphael?
Well, I'm doing just fine.
I would love to. I mean, let's hear about the mouse demons.
All right. Well,
which makes me think of Fievel Goes West.
Yeah.
Right.
So first off, demons. There's a group of people, and it's not just Aleister Crowley.
American Taylor. Sorry.
All of it. Yeah. Fievel in general. I mean, so Steven Spielberg, along with the help of Latter-day Saint riding on a horse, Don Bluth from Disney, created a series about a mouse, which is Fievel. That's a great example. But let's go a little deeper. The rabbit is the original inspiration for Disney. It was Oswald the Rabbit, and it was taken from him. And now Disney owns the companies that purchased the rabbit. They got Oswald back. I remember the day that Disney purchased ESPN, NBC, and it came with the properties of Oswald the Rabbit from New York City. And
the snake eats his tail.
Ready to go. Yeah, but on the train ride with Ub Iwerks, he came up with the idea of the mouse. And you got to go back a bit and remember, demons are not always considered to be evil or, good or bad, even because they're talking about, these people are talking about chaos and order. And so there are these spirits like Beset, the goddess of the cat, who eats the mice. But there's also these plagues that are associated with demons, right? And so there's some interesting iconography of, in the journey of the afterlife that connect Horus to Beset to the mouse and the mouse demon, Jerboa. And Jerboa is also the name of this weird hopping kangaroo-like mouse that lives in ancient Egypt. But on the Nesipanabisharu papyrus dynasty, second dynasty, information that we have about the demon mice, like what it is essentially is that you can worship these spirits and manifest inspiration, and what comes with that is survival after a plague, but also survival through a plague, which is interesting because we're taught to believe that the rats and the mice are the cause of the plague, because we see them where there is plague, but really what it is that they survive through the plague. It's the amoebas on the fleas on the rats. It's this whole thing, and the rats sit through it. But the rat is kind of considered a devourer, and the mouse is kind of, in the Secrets of Nim, the mouse is considered to be kind of the thing that is the most close to human. And then you look at other esoteric chaos magicians like Douglas Adams, and clearly into Thelema, but he also realized a lot of interesting things about the mouse and the concept of being empowered by Horus. So this mouse is probably just kind of a vehicle for navigating the labyrinth. And Mickey Mouse, he's
what's funny?
Spirit.
Not to cut you off, hold the thought. Mickey Mouse, but I was talking earlier to Judith, this Hungarian who really much channels Native American energy and warrior stuff. So it's funny that there's possibly linkages there to like Mohawks. But the point is, I was telling her about Dark City, right? And how like life is weird. We don't seem to get rest. I don't know if you've seen that noir kind of matrixy thing, Dark City, but it's a good sci-fi movie. Yeah, okay, word. Yeah, and I was telling her about it, and I was like, oh, I'll have to watch it. And now you're talking about labyrinths and mice, and obviously that's a part of that film, so I just had to mention that.
I'm really hoping to get Tad Stones, my friend who did Darkwing Duck and Rescue Rangers, to do a thing soon too, because in Russia...
As in he animated for them?
He created... Okay, so my friend Tad did... he was in college. He got to be,
because I grew up on that shit. I just want to point that out.
He created it. He's the director for that. Directed Buzz Lightyear. He did a bunch of stuff. He's like a pretty great Disney guy. He was studying under the old men, Sir Eric Larson, who's one of the main animators for like Cinderella and things like that during the period of Don Bluth, and he stayed with Disney. And made a lot of interesting things, including Rescue Rangers and Darkwing Duck. He looks like Darkwing Duck. Like he's constantly in purple. He's amazing. He's an amazing guy. But what's funny is last time I talked to him, he loved Elizabeth Warren. He's freaking out about. I was like, when do we do this? You down? He's like, yeah. But I'm just preparing for the apocalypse here with the coronavirus. I'm like, oh, you shouldn't worry above all people, because I showed him the map. And so here's the thing: in Russia, there's a religion now that started after the Soviet Union collapsed, and they've made it so before the 1666 fire. Another thing that happened in Russia, 1666 fire in London bridges were falling down, right? In Moscow, they told everyone that they needed to change the way they prayed. They're like, you've been praying backwards and you need to cross yourself the other direction. Well, a bunch of people killed themselves because they thought they'd been crossing themselves backwards and they were going to hell, and that their families had been for centuries, so that they were all going to go to hell. So they're freaking out. And so what happened was
I've been saying the code wrong the whole time. Why even try?
Yeah, well, no, they decided that some people would continue on the old ways, and they created the old ways. And if you go to California, there's tons of Russians that still live in the mountains that have old ways churches still, and they look like Rasputin. They like have beards, and they live in the woods, and their folk temples are made out of wood, like the Tibetans. But the old ways in 1666 were silent, and when the Orthodox were in charge, they were quiet. When the Soviet Union took over, they were the only ones who could really hold it together because they'd already been hiding what they were doing for centuries. So they had these quiet, like, home church ceremonies where people went to their basements, look both ways before they crossed the street, and they were pretty well allowed to do this. But a lot of it fell apart, and what you get is a sort of Taoist filter where the things that matter last and the things that don't disappear about the Dharma. So chaos magic became very popular in the 70s in Russia and the Soviet Union in general. In Ukraine, it's still, in Russia, in Moscow, it's still the biggest, I would say the biggest religion that's really practiced, more generally speaking, more than Islam or anything, is chaos magic in Russia. I mean, seriously, like, look at the literature that's published, look at the people that are practicing. But one of the religions that's very popular now, they've manifested the mouse, Gadget Hackwrench, whom is the girl from Rescue Rangers, the cute little girl. Yeah, you got her in your mind. She is a goddess to these people. They believe she's the sister of the creator. They believe she's the sister of the creator. She is Athena, essentially. But they've stepped away from all of the preconceived notions. Remember how we're saying that the story of Jupiter and Saturn is masculine and there's a feminine version. Well, what they've done is they've just walked away from the whole thing. And so they're manifesting.
Or at least they grew up in a petri dish without the same influences the same way. Keep going.
Right. Well, that's how Japanese anime became so clairvoyant. Right? I mean, that's why we're looking at Japanese anime talking about 16th century Bavarian esoteric organizations. And we're like, wow, how woke is Japan? But this is the
well, it
same
seems
thing.
Certain cultures can do that. They can scry through culture. Like, I think J.K. Rowling, Lord of the Rings, like, there's certain Matrix, obviously Western stuff, but that means necessarily there's counterparts in other places, just like we were saying earlier with mirroring effects.
I would have a hard time believing J.K. Rowling wrote everything down. That
that's a very postmodern situation in the sense that she gestalted a lot of greatest hits and then kind of put it. I
think the intelligence community has a lot more to do with J.K. Rowling than people really are aware. There's a lot of things in Harry Potter that are designed to influence world culture, and there's a reason why that book
make witchcraft cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, witchcraft is already cool, though. It's more about, like,
generally.
The thing is, when you first hear about it, it sounds very open-minded. But then at the end of Harry Potter, there is good, there is evil, there's justification for committing evil. The death curse is justified by the mother who's lost her husband or sons. I mean, they've set it up so that people are vindicating behavior, and so with British intelligence, you look at Turing and what they did during World War II, where they sacrificed hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of American and British soldiers in order to make it look like they didn't know what the Germans were saying. And the Germans were, well, clearly they're not listening to our comms or communication lines, because why would they allow so many of their own people to be murdered?
Like lose their fingers to get the person close to you.
Yeah, but that's what they did. And so you look at the amount of human life and love that was sacrificed at a time. You also have to think of it like Germany, I mean, for all of its faults, was democratically electing this dictator person, supposedly. Compare that
to... it's tricky. I don't know. It's like
compare the monarchy
under
London.
A fucking spell. How much democracy is that?
England has, well, okay, sure, it's less democracy than a lot, but it's still, compare that to England, where you have a dictator monarch. Compare that to the Soviet Union, where you have a despot dictator. Compare that to the United States, where you have oligarchs, corporate oligarchs that control everything. It's pretty much the closest thing you have to a democracy. It's not like a lot, but it's more than nothing. And it's not that the thing wanted to destroy all the things around it. Rather, the things all around it were the same thing, and they were working to destroy it. So you've got these dictatorships that are all fighting and trying to pretend to be more pious than another. I mean, it's the wrong war for that. Like, World War II is not the right war to have a winner. But the thing that's weird when you look at Japan, because Japan was forced to
World War II is like this, right before the Age of Aquarius, is this very disillusioning through technology kind of thing, where everyone blows up in a laboratory and says, whoa, we're human, let's not forget that. It's bigger than like a winner.
I'm trying to remember the name of the four boats during World War II that the Japanese had. Because the thing also you have to remember is the Japanese vessels, they had Isao, they had Isaac or Jacob. What was it? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Mamet. Basically, they had four major boats that were the most important ending class boats, and they were named Isao,
Like
Isaac.
Esau.
Like, yeah, so you've got the firstborn, is it Jacob? And then Esau?
Jacob, which is, I think it's Jacob and then Esau, yeah, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that.
Well, I'm trying to remember, and it's been a minute.
Because it's Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated, but I don't know if that's because the birthright was. I'm getting confused.
Right. No, the birthright is the correct thing. So they've got these four boats, which are the most important, and one of them is Esau, one of them is Jacob or Isaac. I think it's Isaac, and then the other one's Mamet, which is the Arabic name for Muhammad, and the other one is Mamet ibn Ya or something like that. So they have a boat named Muhammad, and Muhammad lives, which is the other two boats. And when you look at the photos from when Japan lost the war, quote unquote, no samurai gave up their swords, which is an important aspect of surrender to the samurai. And the flag that they bow to is a manufactured in Japan flag that makes it looks like an American flag, but it has more stars. They're all downwards pointed, and there's a different number of lines. I forget exactly how many they are. I have to find the photo of it. But the point is that the Japanese did not surrender to the American flag. And they've continued to keep an emperor since this point. And they were locked into this idea. There's a person named Douglas Dietrich. He's, for whatever he's worth, he's probably somewhat insane, but you would be too if you worked for Aleister Crowley's grand henchman, Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino is the leader of the Temple of Set, which is an offshoot of the Church of Satan. He's also a military general. He created a book called Fear Itself. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. He wrote the book on fear itself.
That sounds like the straight up general in Apocalypse Now.
Oh yeah, he's very much like that. But Apocalypse Now is based also on a book, right, about the Congo. And there's British generals that would also emulate this. The point you'll find is that generals being in the same. No, Vietnam is Apocalypse Now, but the movie is based on a book called The Heart of Darkness, which is about the
There's
Congo.
actually a remake kind of about that coming out with Human Hunting. Coming out soon, which I thought was kind of weird because I keep hearing ads when I'm listening to Pandora. It's like coming, like it just comes out with an ad. It's like they're hunting humans and doing all this shit. I'm like, how much is this to try to like program people into thinking stuff that's necessary for a zeitgeist shift?
Right. I think that that's that stuff. I'm not sure where the audience is on kids waking up in the woods naked, tied up, being chased by horseback elite, but it happens. And there's a number of people that have been victim of that over the years have somehow made it out, maybe to become a gypsy prostitute in Spain, maybe to be living in Minneapolis in the inner cities on heroin. There's plenty of stories of these kids that this has happened to. And, I think maybe also it's more common for people to accept in Europe because there are groups of gypsies, Romani, who've been given the authoritation to do things that in California, the cartels have been given authority to do. And so we look at all Romani, or we look at all Mexicans as being these particular gangs that are connected directly with the government or with the discrete state and is operating in this way. But that's been a big thing also, is the foundlings and the orphanages that we used to populate. Well, they're gone now. So now we have more kid kidnappings than ever before. And it's sad but true that more money than is made from marijuana in California is from kidnapping kids that are coming through the Long Beach port. And if you remember the term getting shanghaied, I don't know if this is a European thing, but in America, it's if you ever shanghaied.
Some dark history.
Yeah, it happens still. If you're in I don't know today because of coronavirus, but in probably more than ever. If you get too drunk, my dad used to tell me this. If you get too drunk, like his dad told him, don't let someone drug you in a bar randomly in any port town along the California coast. because you will get.
I had heard Portland or Seattle, and I think there's even a bar where there's like pits below the bar stools, so like someone's getting real wasted, they just pull a lever and they're like, shoop, and then
anywhere along the West Coast, what happens in places like Seattle, San Francisco, Long Beach, particularly, you get kidnapped. You wake up on a boat, and you're shanghaied. You're now a member of a crew, and you're probably 3 years away from seeing your home city, if you're ever going to. And you end up usually pretty stoked to work for them or not. And you walk.
Well said. Either it's gonna go one of two ways: either thumbs up or thumbs down. I'd agree with that Netflix kind of.
But it's happening now. It's not just.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. That's the saddest part. Like slavery is happening more now than ever, or like it's just a crazy time. Sometimes that's what I can't reconcile it, so I don't even try to necessarily focus on it. When I do, I get down, and that's when Raphael hits me up, and he's all like, "All is one. It's okay. What do you prefer?"
Well, it's good to be mentioning these things because, I mean, I'm well aware of these ideas. Many people are not, so it's good to bring it into focus in a sense. And not to ignore also whatever things we may not prefer, but to recognize them, be able to verbalize it, not, keep it quiet and not talk about it because it's strange or bad or whatever, but see it for what it is. And then just understand what choices we can make, even just in sharing that type of information, so that in the best of all possible realities, these things do not need to happen anymore. We can be a little bit more creative than that.
Well said. I think that's the biggest transition that's happening, is a value of the individual human life and what it's capable of. Especially as machines are going to start doing more and more of the grunt work. People are going to start to be like, the last degree I think they'll be teaching is philosophy, because it's still going to be useful longer than almost anything else, longer than machines can do better math than us and everything else. It's trying to understand how to think. And this is also a big thing about education, is we used to make sure that people had in China, and in Europe, like reading, writing, and arithmetic, like calculations, calligraphy, and I forget the last one, but in general, there's things learning how to think and what to think. And if we're giving people this sort of set of tools that is more expanding, then they're going to be able to find out things. They're going to be using these tools themselves. A lot of this is for, when we speak fast, it's like, go look into these things, check out some of the data, look into Uralic languages, and see, how weird it is that Mohicans in North America and Hungary exist and speak similar dialects. Like, how is that possible? Not to be jaded, and this is where it gets tricky, because I think I tend to be a contrarian, so you're asking a very, how would I say, a 12th house question, a very mystical question. So I'm in my mind, I'm like, well, have you ever watched like a Mandelbrot tour? When you watch math in that sense, you could see that there's like punctuations and stability in a chaos way that seems chaotic to us, but there's algorithms that are governing it that we can't comprehend probably. In any event, it's kind of like that. So but it is amusing and novel when bifurcations and reflections like doppelgangers happen or weird shit. But at some level, like even with synchronicities, I'm like, when it happens and some shit happens, I'm always like, we shouldn't be so surprised. But I guess it's fun to be surprised. So, but it is interesting, kind of like one of those Abraham Lincoln JFK things where it's like, what the fuck is going on? Or Titanic was written and then it happened. Stuffs.
Well, what is relevant, just briefly, even if there is a pattern, again, you have different levels of consciousness. Even today, one could say that there are different levels of awareness within the general population. And the point just is that while there may be naturally occurring patterns, if one really looks into all of the information that got presented, this podcast, thank you very much, one may also realize that quite a few of these aspects have been artificially engineered and don't even properly look like the original pattern anymore, as you mentioned, with like very strange overlaps and too many like doublings and mirrorings and so on. I just know one other example in terms of language where you can just apply a certain formula to like Sanskrit. You run the same formula 10 times and you get like all kinds of different languages from that. So I think it's important also to investigate that aspect, especially when we understand to what degree conspiracy in terms of breathing together can be a great thing. Always depends on your intention. But we know that this happens in all kinds of directions. So I think it's very relevant with these things if we really want to know more about who we are, where we are, and where we can go, to really take a very close look and not allow even these things just to be left to quote unquote chance.
Well, there's a lot to the Sanskrit link, particularly to Germanic, Eurasian languages. German, mein Namen is like Mama Nama in Sanskrit. Even to the most fundamental levels, most of German and German English come from Sanskrit in one way or another. But there's another set of languages, like the Ugaric language and the Uralic languages. The Tamils, underneath the Aryans of Sanskrit-speaking people, the Persians, really, the Parsi, the Tamils spoke another language, which is a Uralic set of languages, and that language has much more complexity in terms of the caste system and the number of different cases. You have,
it's like honorifics in Japanese.
You have many honorifics. You have different sorts of honorifics. You have people that are potential honorifics.
This is to a
cases.
gender-neutral dog who is higher than me.
Indeed, it could be because it's someone else's dog, and that person might be someone who works, and you don't know for sure. So it's a potential. So it's like you come off with this formality in order to show so much about where you are in society and what you're doing in society, and the Tamil influences are more in languages like Uralic languages, like Finnish, Turkish, Hungarian, and so that's pretty interesting because when people said, for instance, that the Native Americans, North America, spoke a language that reminded them of Indian language, or that they looked Indian, well, the Welsh also spoke a language that has a number of cases, and some have tied to Tamil. They've also connected it to, pretty conclusively to Brazilian indigenous languages and along to Argentina. Unfortunately, 2 or 3 years ago, the museum that had all of the records of this burned down in Brazil. And so we've lost tons of evidence of this. I wonder if it's not intentional. But yes, more and more we see that there's two cultures, this Aryan and Scythian, Tartarian community, and that the difference, in linguistics also shows the difference in terms of what they were doing in society. And usually it's like Aldous Huxley said, there are people that were highly mathematical, and the Tamils turned out to be quite mathematical, whereas Sanskrit-based, the Sanskrit's very philosophical, and it has more to do with ways of thinking rather than using the thinking method to do math. But looking through Estonian,
it's abstraction through versus discretion, maybe.
Right. I mean, look at the Finnish, Estonian, Hungarians, and look how culturally different they really are, in terms of their creations and their art style. And they're a bit more introverted, not just because of the weather. And you'll start to understand more from the case system of Finno-Ugaric society. Why? Because they look at it like they're in a place in society and they're not supposed to intermingle just subconsciously, because it comes from this ancient Indo-European caste system.
Well, this gets tricky in my estimation, because this is what we're kind of talking about, is meta-programming of the human psyche, culture forming through language, the magic of language, and how it maybe deviates from form to form, what the variance of those experiments might be. So, for example, what's the language and the precursors for something like, I don't know, Sparta versus maybe something like America, right? Or Israel, like where it's like certain things are influencing this. Like there's ontological primitives in a weird way that are causing certain mathematical formulations to form around them and blanket them with story and archetype. And that's how you get all these kind of, ultimately it seems binary no matter what. And we're kind of breaking from binary to hopefully Trinitarian and like quantum, but like, or something, or remembering that if we used to know it. But it seems everything's kind of doing that dance. And whether you're Mayan or Japanese or African or a Londoner, you're going to be telling yourself stories, and then these things splinter through time, and then karma gets attached. It's a crazy trip. It's funny to just even try to describe the mechanics of the Tao, because it's a moving thing and it cannot be named.
Yeah, and the idea of Tao and Tar is also something that's come up a lot because of the amount of deletion and burning of Taoist literature, it seems more and more that that's an evidence of what was the Manchurian or Catao China. Like the way the maps refer to Xin before it was called the land of Xi, it was called Catao. And
well, in one of your documentaries, you were saying how Tibet is very magical and how China can never be Tibet, et cetera, et cetera. Is Tibet kind of an example of some of the remnant? I mean, I'm sure it's its own culture. It's permeated and deviated its own way for a while because we've been observant of it. But are you thinking that's kind of an example of some of this post-Tartary remnants?
What I think, yeah, I think Tibet is a new thing in a lot of ways, because not to say that China isn't amazing. I hope I mentioned that China's got incredible things of its own, but what Tibet is the death cult of Set coming out of Egypt, and a lot of the schools of Buddhism that we think about Tibetan death worship Buddhism, the Book of the Dead, and there's 2 books of the dead, right? But they're basically, and even the 10 commandments, 10 of those commandments of the 10, they're from 53 of the commandments of the divine Ptahhotep's maxims, which are in the Book of the Dead. So again, also I would reiterate, if anyone's looking for like an old root maxim law, probably the oldest we have is Ptahhotep's divine maxims, and they're pretty good. They're like, if you're in a court, behave properly, things that you would think, these are rules that
civilization basics.
I would almost say that they make more sense in 2020 than they did in 1999. Like we're getting to a point now where civilization is almost ready for the civility of what Ptahhotep was talking about. But they're universal. There's never a point when the greater man couldn't listen, or the greater woman couldn't listen to the divine maxims and be sure that they were the correct behaviors. And it's not really a religious text. It's just a behavior mechanism, a manual for behavior. So the divine maxims, they're key to this. But Tibet in general.
What's funny though, hold on, with the divine maxims of Ptah, because it reminds me a little. Ptah is this thing that the Oscar statue is shaped after, essentially, and it reminiscently is shaped after, I think, the amygdala or hypothalamus or some part of the brain. I forget which. Colin Smith has done work on this, but basically, there's this mythology about Ptah, and which is like PTAH, I believe, and it's basically that mini man inside of us, like a reverse Adam Kadmon almost, inside of our brain is like this miniature us, and that's dreaming the whole thing. So
right.
It's
very Kafka-esque, very Lao Tzu. And there's also stories that Ptah, also I would say, because of the way gematria works, Ptah and Tar are almost synonymous, if not identical, in numerical value. And so that's another thing, is that before I was interested in Tartaria, Ptahhotep was the thing that led into this. And
I think that was a group that you had me.
Yeah, that group became the Tartaria Exertus group once it was Ptahhotep.
My God! So have we been friends that long?
Indeed.
Dude, okay, that dawning of awareness of that just came upon me, because I was like, I've known you for a while, but for a long time, to me, you were just this. Not to pigeonhole you in any way. It was like this Tim and Eric vibe, chaos magician, internet person, and I felt like
I was using. I was
half spun half time, and I was like, "Oh yeah, no, we're on the same wave." When I was spun half the time, and I felt you were spun half the time, and I was just like, "I don't know, I can't. How could I trust this kind of vibes?" But it's fine now in retrospect.
I was mainly trying to mess with racists, because there were so many people at the time. There's a bunch of people that believed that the frog and Keck and all these internet symbols were racist.
It's like white supremacy stuff.
That's hilarious, because if you're getting Egyptian magic and making a white supremacy, then you should at least know. And so trying to bring relevance to the ancient aspect of it and what alchemy is, because, where I kind of got off my college train was on the Arabic study. I went to Spain. I walked the Camino. I saw the Knights Templars churches. It's like a 30-day.
I'm gonna bet that was activating as fuck in some hyperdimensional way. FY Izzle, keep going.
I went to Santiago from France. It was like, you can't not, there had to be something good out of that. And I saw a lot of cool cathedrals painted in gold stolen from the Americas. And so you get to the end of St. James Road, and St. Diego, St. James, St. Diego, St. Santiago. And I lived in San Diego, and I was like, all right, well, I'll see the other one. So I went to Chile. I kept walking, and I did all of Argentina and Chile, and saw the hitchhiking more because it's so much bigger. But I would go to all these places and see all of these things, like, you know, reflooded buildings, and it was starting to make it more clear that alchemy and the Arabic influence in Spanish was so powerful. Spanish is 11,000 words deep in Arabic. I mean, ojalá means I wish, you know, like I wish for this or that. But really, listen to it, ojalá, and I wish to Allah, oh, to Allah. So you start seeing in Spanish all of these examples, even yellow, and in Guadalajara. I mean, like these names that are Arabic names, Morro Bay in Cayucas in California. That's Moors Rock, you know, and so you start finding out about the Moors and the Arabic influence in Spanish, and how the Spanish actually just kind of took it over, and the Habsburg, which were originally black, but started to intermingle with the Scandinavians, and eventually have a Germanic Habsburg line that comes from the Moors. But there's a black Germany, black nobility. Rammstein made a video recently that is about Germany starring a black woman in Visigothic armor. It might be the most historically accurate thing I've ever seen, you know, like, because it really does show what Germany is in terms of what it is. It's a black woman, Europa, you know, it's a black goddess, a tall black giant. And this is also what California is supposed to be. The original story of
the new Black Buddha.
The new Black
Europa.
Buddha is a woman. Yeah, totally a woman. And Ptah might have been a woman. I recently was going into some things about hermaphrodites. Hermaphroditus is at some point.
I know.
We worship dwarves, we worship giants, we worship hermaphrodites, we worship all kinds of different things, you know. And hermaphrodites.
There's a great Genesis song about the history and origins of Hermaphroditus, son of gods, and his transformation. It's called The Fountain of Salmacis. You should check it the fuck out.
Phil Collins, you dirty man.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is Peter Gabriel and Phil Collins.
Oh, it's even better.
All that. Yeah, it's tits. It's funny also, just to say this, because I don't know how entertainment poly you are. I was just in Australia for a while. I'm into them, not because of. That's not why I was in Australia, but in any event, they have a new album that came out that it's called The Slow Rush. I haven't heard it yet, but it's got this window that's open and a bunch of sand coming in, which kind of reminds me a little of this mud flooded concept coming more into the resonance field.
I will definitely have to get that. I'm into it.
All right, guys, we've been going for 4 hours. Congratulations.
This is pretty impressive. I guess if I could do the last thing, or I don't know how you guys are on in time, but I would like to also say, in terms of the 12 tribes, because we mentioned that earlier, that there is the original concept of the 12 tribes and 13th tribe, and the Japanese being one of lost Israel's tribes. So this concept that the Japanese have never surrendered, that they're still winning the war, that the war of World War II is still going on, that's never fully ended. And you can see that through reparations being paid by Germany. And you can see that by the way Japan has actually reassembled its military force right now. About 80%, 60 to 80% of the Japanese population is some way employed for the Japanese government and military. And a lot of Japanese believe that Christ went to Japan and that his brother ended up leaving to India, which is where the Jesuits ended up, and that they were trying to find out what really happened to this character that they call Jesus. Well, they think that the Japanese, particularly the Ainu, before they were kind of turned Japanese, they were more the Ainu indigenous people of the islands, and that they were brought there, that they were the original 13th tribe. And that Saul, David, Solomon, these Israeli kings, they're known in Japanese literature as Chihuai, Sujin, and Sunin. And when they built the Shinto temples, that's why they're worshiping Kamisali, which is this sort of, if you see a lot of the Japanese Zen temples don't have a god figure. It's very much like the Muslims. It's because they're worshiping the divine breath. And the divine breath, you know, that's the before light, which is, you know, the Luciferian concept, is that there was darkness. In the beginning, there was darkness, and she breathed. And when she said, "Let there
from
be
the
light,"
deep waters
Lucifer
of mystery
came out.
came stuff. Yeah, it's kind of a Sophia Gnostic kind of take, but yeah, I hear you.
Well, I mean, it might be Gnostic, but it could very well be accurate. That's the thing. It might be. Like
yeah.
The goddess energy is the thing that the Japanese have kind of fixated on. And that there's a reason why we're moving towards a future where, I mean, Antarctica is 65 degrees, right? It's like 40, 20, it's probably 19, 20 degrees centigrade. something like that. So it's not bad. It's warm enough that the snow is melting. And you look at the UN meeting room, and it's all a triangle of chairs around a ice wall with a green bunch of trees in the center representing Antarctica, and that's the next land. And so we're preparing for this point where we're opening up Antarctica. And there's already been disclosures of the pyramids. I think you all know, hopefully, there are pyramids in Antarctica. If you Googled that, take a photo, look on DuckDuckGo, because there are pyramids that are under the snow. And even if you hadn't seen Alien versus Predators, you should know that this giant landmass, it's not the first time anyone's been there, kind of like the Sahara. So this also explains why Trump is so interested in Greenland, because you've got this idea of there's two opposing Atlantis-like cities that are about to melt, and people are going to start realizing what happened with the plagues, the pestilence, what happened with Noah and the ark. And this is also, we live in a world that follows Noahide law, where you have to follow basically 7 commandments from the Talmud in order to get along in society. These are rules that we've been following since the Muslims before the Spanish Inquisition. So the Japanese, I think, is like a really interesting link to this. And the fact that at some point during Germany's war, they were connected with the Japanese, that also shows like kind of what is going on here is a little bit more complicated than what we've been told. And, most of the people that had any idea about this, they were killed. Like, even looking at the Nuremberg trials, anybody who tried to end the war early were put on the Nuremberg trial, essentially. So looking at the Havara Treaty and what happened to Israel itself is created by the same people who won World War II. And they took, they killed a bunch of people from both sides, all sides, and they created, a state which is not very pleasant for Jewish people or Palestinian people. It's actually a secular state, and then immediately, it's the first time in history it's going through war crime treaty courts. The ICC is checking out war crimes committed by Israel. But we're starting to look at it and say, okay, well, what's really going on? Because as a sympathetic person, you want to allow anyone to have their own homeland. But what is Israel when it says that they are the master race, God's chosen people, and that other people are inferior and they should be, slaughtered? Palestinians should be removed. It's forcing us to look at it slightly differently. And you have to look also at how there's only ever been blonde, blue-eyed Ashkenazis in charge of Israel. Why are there no Sephards? Why are the Beta Israelites of Africa, who have been following the mitzvah for thousands of years, why are they excluded from following the same mitzvahs with them? Where are their Methuselahs? So this is also, every state, Germany, America, England, even Israel, they're all being controlled probably by some sort of Babylonian family. And it's somebody who doesn't care about anyone. And we have to get past this idea of race, because it's the only way we're going to work together in order to overthrow our mutual elite. That's my opinion on why it's so important to see the real original history.
Well, for what it's worth, the American mantra kind of united we stand, divided we fall, which is also echoed, I think, in Pink Floyd somewhere. I think The Wall is true as fuck. The true, as they say. I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm about out of gas for this one.
This was beautiful, guys. I appreciate that we met. This was like the entire series of Das Boot. We just binged four and some odd hours. It was pretty good.
Awesome. Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much, Andreas. So, and anyone who by now is not excited to be checking out your page and all the other stuff you and your comrades are producing, then I can't help them any more than that. So yeah, thank you once again.
Thank you, man. This was great.
Any parting thoughts? Tell people where to hit you up. I just want to say one or two things. I guess coming from North Hollywood, it's interesting back on the American soil, but it's making me very aware that it's time to meet up with a lot of people and make culture. So keep doing what you're doing, dude. You're one of the people I look to. I haven't even looked at much of your output, but what I do doing is dope as fuck and totally Team Rabbit Hole approved. And you're making splashes in a lot of ponds. So even though it might feel overwhelming and confusing and maybe meaningless at times, Don't stop till you get enough. So thanks for what you did, dude.
Thanks for having me. And Raphael, also, I wanted to thank you for putting this together. It's amazing. And I appreciate that you have found Jim and put together this, this is a really amazing manifestation of interesting things. I will say, come to tartarynova.com. There's a Discord link going to be attached to this file. You can look for our radio chat, because we go a mile a minute. There's 1,000 people that are talking about flamenco chronology, and we have a lot of information all the time. This is why we're moving this fast all the time. But there's no reason not to investigate. So come on and check out the Discord and tartarynova.com. And also my YouTube videos. I have like 300 YouTube videos, which each one you'll probably have to watch 9 times, but that's okay. You can also slow it down to 0.75x and watch it slower. But
that's actually something funny that you said, because I was going to mention off record, but I'm kind of curious. I'll still mention it off record, but I was going to say you have so much stuff. It's almost like, have you ever thought about making this like one tome, which I kind of think I watched last night, but that's neither here nor there. That's random.
Every once in a while. Every once in a while, I put out an update that tries to abridge a lot of things. But, there's so many things to go over. So there is a one tome, which is my history revised documentary.
Right. That's about 2 hours.
It's like 90 minutes to 2 hours of stuff.
It's solid.
There's also a new one I'm doing.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, what you say?
Well, it started with this thing, like we were saying something else. So I was like, wasn't there a precursor to this? That's why in the messenger last night I was like, what am I missing here?
Oh yeah, Star Wars Episode 4 is real, man. The first time I put in Brave New Hope, I was just confused, because I was like, wait, it says Episode 4. So I turned it off and waited a few days, and I realized I couldn't find Episode 1, 2, and 3 because it was the 90s and time travel. So I just watched it. That's kind of how it goes. But in general, I was making that series, I just started talking to all these other people like Martin Lika and UAP and these other channels. And so I was really just trying to respond to other people. At this point, because of the Tartary Nova website, because of the community we have, I think that we're pretty much the most definitive source for a lot of people. A lot of people are getting their information. A lot of people are getting their Russian translations of things from us. And so, or whatever, German books or whatever, because we have, like I said, everyone has a different accent in the radio chat. There's not one accent. Everyone's from a different place, and each one of them has the side history, the urban legends of their own hometowns about those things. So we put together, in about a year or two, the information has gone 10 or 100 times faster towards the truth than what was going on before that. But a lot of this information was stuff that one person or another person was talking about, and I finally just said, okay, you know what? Let's make a series about it. So my series.
Well, I love your video editing and your humor. I mean, it's very much as Chaos, Tim and Eric, postmodern kind of conspiracy theory video. It's great. I love it.
I get the feeling people will have seen my name by this point, but the video series which Jim is talking about and that I am referring is Exertus, Xirtus, and that is on YouTube. And God bless you trying to find it. You just do youtube.com or slash, Exertus, because they have buried some of these things for sure. But you can definitely find Exertus videos, and there are hundreds of them. It will give you something to do, and there's everything from the stories of Oz in New York City, Blavatsky's influence on the Power Rangers, the Care Bears, and Winnie the Pooh's mercurial Aleister Crowley beast message, to Tartaria and electricity and everything in between. So check out Exertus and Tartary Nova. Pretty please.
It's pretty dope. And are there any little side projects? I know I had seen a comedy kind of sketch you've been in. What's up with that? What aside from Tartary are you doing?
I have been doing some other television stuff, but for right now, what I'm working on is a documentary. I'm hoping it'll come out eventually, but there's been, who knows? I was working at the Palace Theater where Houdini had played his last show when he died 2 days later, and we were doing a lot of really interesting improv and music and art and things. And we were creating a show about space couriers, which is really funny because Tad Stones was trying to work on a show like that apparently, and then we just kind of did the exact same 100th Monkey. But that show's not out yet. I'll let you know eventually. Hopefully, oh hala, it will be. But in the meantime, there are some trailers. If you want, you can see some of the trailers. They're pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, in the most part right now, I have so many documentary pieces. We're putting together a longer Tartarian documentary, not just on most of the footage we have and most of the slide shares we have are separate. And so it would be nice to show, like Mike has said, here's a star fort. I've flown there and walked on that star fort. So that's kind of where, we're trying to put together all of the footage we have of actually going to these places, because there's a lot of things like in Taiwan, which used to be Dutch Formosa. People have to remember, things like that, where it's like once you get there and you look around, you realize the history is there. It's easier to see once you're moving around and seeing different places. So we're putting together more works like that.
That's what's up. Hopefully our paths cross, and I hope you have safe travels as you tend to hop around like I do. Thanks again for coming on, and I'll just say I hope everybody has a good day or night wherever you are, and to just keep crushing your dreams.
Thank you, man. And thanks
so much.
Raphael.
And I'd say it doesn't get much more Team Rabbit Hole than this. So thank you for this fractal holographic exploration, and catch y'all next time. Enjoy.
Certus.